Here.
Falk,
Here.
Zirak,
I am here.
Elise,
Yeah. Present.
Valeria,
Here.
Ruby,
Here.
and Leomorn.
Here.
Okay, who would like to do the recap of what happened last session?
I want to hear what Valeria has to say
Oh,
about Falk.
Go for it, Valeria.
Right. Last time in A Brave New World. Everything went wrong, and the Fates United were once more on their own. With their first attempt at infiltrating the tower ending with them found out and no treasure to show for, Sin was displeased. The fight with Falk, a necromancer that gave everyone the creeps. Whilst the girls did their best to make light of the situation before heading out back into the tower the next day, they decided to have some makeovers, some flavored ice cream and massages, while the guys did their own thing. Books and Leomorn with his potions. Luckily, everyone had a chance to bathe after a tough battle. After dinner, everyone was off to bed. Valeria was plagued with either a vision or a dream. It was so hard to make sense of all these clues while they had so much on their plate right now already. The more time passed, the more scared she became. That morning, they were greeted with silence. No savory aromas, or even the usual bustle of the morning, prompting Valeria to wonder if Sin had left. Down for a meager serving of bread and porridge, in which Elise noted that perhaps the elven woman was displeased with them. To eat, it seemed that Zirak's previous respect for and adoration for Sin had diminished as he commented on how the treatment given to them for coming back empty-handed had soured his mood. Valeria ate in silence, shifting comfortably. Sin seemingly appeared from out of nowhere, and that was when everything went downhill. Their agreement of helping one another was broken. She demanded her scrolls back, which Zirak promptly threw to the ground in a fit of rage. He stormed out, with the others following suit. I'm in Sin's tent. I'm gonna miss the warmth, mumbled Valeria, back into the frigid weather of ice and snow. With pity. Now with no resources, how would they survive? Thalia and Falk stayed back to bargain with Sin whilst everyone headed to the tower, at least for some cover. Even going as far as saying that perhaps it was best to turn back now. Valeria raised her hand. Can I come? Most everyone wanted to leave as well. Just yet, not until Thalion came back at least. While they stood around waiting for the others to show, they discussed what had just happened. I don't know what's going to happen next, but what I do know is that despite this agreement, I never really trusted Sin. Elise chimed in. At this point, I don't think we can trust anyone. Thalion returned, with a grim expression and one weapon less. He had managed to get the key back in exchange for his glaive. Falk appeared a few minutes after with information of his own. I think it would be for the best to leave this place. You mean we should go home? Valeria asked. Falk explained that Sin had given him some advice, as she had begun to pack up her encampment. To go south, just as she was to head east. And the people inside were now on high alert. There was no point in going in, unless they wanted to be killed by those lying in wait. We're not leaving, Thalion said in a clipped tone. He had just given Sin one of his precious weapons to Sin in exchange for the key to go inside. She said south, but that south could be much farther than we could even reach. Zirak even suggested waiting it out until the people inside forgot about the party, but how would they survive this weather? Ensued between Elise and Thalion, logic and emotions clashing. The debate of going in or not had gone on for much longer than it should have, and it was concluded at last that they would go inside. They looked around uncomfortably. They only had enough rations for a few days. Zirak then decided, if we don't come back in 3 days, you can leave. He said, we'll wait 4 days. They entered the tower once more. They looked cautiously, but there seemed to be no evidence of an army waiting in the shadows to attack. The monster hold where Resimoda stood, staring at them with the same steely gaze. Valeria wondered if he had been punished for allowing them to infiltrate the tower. His voice sounded tired and aged. He said luckily he had a spare key, otherwise he wouldn't have been so generous with them. He expected them to get him free from his chains. If they returned once more and hadn't found a way to release him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. They quickly scuttled to the Zappy room, with the 3 glyphs on the floor and the door just across. door and the others scramble inside, but not before Valeria got a little zap from the glyph. Her short hair stood on end, though Leomorn affectionately rubbed the top of her head to make the static disappear. As they entered the room, Parash at the center, head down. They looked closer, not thinking much of the other men on the pillows, probably too high to care for what happens. Beaten, and Valeria was riddled with guilt. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have come back," Parasha said brokenly. To react, the men in the pillows surrounded them. This was a setup. They drew their weapons and the battle for survival ensued. Valeria readied her mace, a plan already forming in her head, but before she could react, Falk did something that nearly made her throw up. Off and hair falling down in clumps. Such a horrifying sight, leaving her and several of her party mates frozen in place. The same could not be said for the enemies as their weapons came crashing down upon them. As Valeria was constantly being beaten down, all she could think was, Falk is officially kicked out of the Fates United. Flinging away, she started to think that perhaps this was the end for her, at least until the hold on her finally broke. She sent out her mace, damaging one quite a bit, though that was short-lived as the other warriors swarmed her. She could feel her vision fading as Falk called out, "I can heal her! Don't touch me, Falk!" she exclaimed, blacking out. She awoke to horrific sight, yet felt revitalized as Falk was kneeling next to her. Now with everyone back up, Rudy expertly shaved off a lot of health from the other warriors and everybody else followed suit. After a long battle, everybody managed to kill off the rest of the warriors, and now they stood there with Parash in the center, wondering what they were going to do next. Time on the Brave New World.
Very well done. Give yourself a point of inspiration, and also add 100 extra bonus experience to your sheet, because that was really good.
Hey!
I'm going to move everybody back to the map. So the scent of minerally coppery blood sort of begins to mix with the small tinge of sulfur that kind of permeates through the air, but most of it is masked by the very heady aromas of the frankincense and myrrh. And also the sort of incensed smoke coming off of the floating candles that kind of hover about the room. Quite dangerously, you might notice, like along these tall silk draperies, yet almost as if with minds of their own, the candles sort of move about, avoiding anything that could and should be flammable. The bodies still sort of lay there amongst the pillows, now dashed and soaked, stained in crimson, as Parasha just kind of runs a finger through a puddle of blood and wipes her finger and her thumb together and sort of looks at it, stretches it, and sort of goes back to drying her hand inside the puddle as she's sort of lounging on the pillows. Now that you've sort of gotten a chance to settle down and look about, and the adrenaline is sort of fueling your senses a little bit more, your vision's a little bit more sharp, so of your senses. As you look over her body, you really start to notice that she's missing all of that jewelry she was wearing before. All of it seems to be gone. Her silks that were quite nice, almost brand new, newly pressed, like straight from the dry cleaners, pretty much has sort of been cut, ripped, soiled and dirtied a bit. Yet she still clings to it and wears it, even though she's missing all of her rings, her bracelets, earrings, nose rings, necklaces. Even the large diamond belly button ring that was there is gone. All that's left is just a small pinhole. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to stand up.
Search their bodies. Maybe we can use the cloaks to help sneak further in.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check as Falk sort of proffers his hand out for some help to stand up. Does anybody help Falk?
I'll go over and I will kick him once and then offer his hand.
Okay, go ahead and roll a attack against Falk. I was joking. I'll say you give him a play kick. Sort of like, what the hell, man? And then
I'll like push him so he's I'll on his back, and it's like, what the heck was that?
As
What?
as Valeria places the cloak around Parasha's shoulders, I would like to ask her if she's okay. I would say, "Are you okay, my lady?"
They branded me. I can't leave now. It's because I gave you my key. They knew because I gave you my key.
Well, I apologize for whatever they put you through, but did you happen to overhear any of their plans regarding our previous incursion? How they planned to thwart us, or was this it?
They told me to be quiet and to just lay here in case you came back. I did. I did what they said. And you're sort of looking at her now, and you can see the parts of like the sleeves that have been ripped open. You can actually see that there are, in fact, like what seem to be very angry wheals and burns on her skin. Valeria, as you sort of adjust the spare cloak over her, you kind of look down through her bosom and her cleave, and you can see that there are brands and cuts there as well.
Oh no.
And did she say that she couldn't leave, or she can?
She can't leave now, is what she said. They branded her.
And what would happen if you tried to leave?
I would die and come back here.
I wonder if there's some way that we can heal or remove these brands so that you could leave if you wanted to.
I
In
don't
order
know.
to do such things, we would probably have to defeat the person that owns this place. Like what
And
we were supposed to do.
and she just sort of lays back down. It just very melancholy, like war shock. Almost as if just not caring. And just kind of begins running her fingers again through the puddle of blood from the dead stranger there. Mother was really mad this time.
At that, I would question, Mother? Is that a nickname for someone, or are you the daughter of someone higher up in this place?
Thalion. We'll leave that on a little mysterious note. Thalion, as you look through the bodies of the individual people, it's easy enough to sort of take some of the cloaks off. A lot of the silks that they're wearing have been singed with fire, soaked with blood. There's a way to perhaps clean some of the blood off. Magical ways that you guys have. It might take a little bit, but if you guys spend a little bit of time sort of cleaning the clothing and trying to mend things, you think that you might be able to get 6 pretty good disguises to sort of wear around, but that would leave 2 odd men out. And as you sort of continue to dig through, you notice that they do not at all carry any sort of coin pouch. The only things attached to belts on some were what you found to be 3 vials. You look at the one directly in front of you and you find a small golf ball sized vial. And inside of it almost looks like a layer cake. But it's separated just in different layers, like a cake, but each one a different color. You see brown, silver, and sort of gray leathers banded together, almost as if you would see a cross-section of marble. You sort of shake it, none of it moves. It's like those, the fad where everybody had like the glass vials of sand that you would get at the mall, and like, oh, look at the one I made. Except like when you
Sand art bottles.
yeah. So it looks like sand art, but when you shake it, none of the layers even move. It's very tightly corked. And you search through a couple more bodies, and you find two very familiar-looking red-tinged potions. One, a very light gray, not light gray, light red, and then the other one, a much concentrated, darker red. So you also found a potion of healing and a potion of greater healing.
And you said the marble-colored one, there was 3 of those?
No, there's just one. There's 3 total potions. That strange sand art bottle, that's what I'm just going to refer to it as sand art bottle, and then a potion of healing and a greater healing. They were each carrying with them the small buckler-shaped wrist shields, and also their longswords that are pretty finely crafted.
If it appears that there is no immediate danger in that this ambush was quiet enough to not alert others to our presence, I suggest that we take a bit of time here and bind our wounds and rest a bit. Just a short rest.
And then back to you, Zirak, as you sort of ask, is there's somebody else here that you answer to, your mother, and she'll just say, she's the mistress of the consortium. Vakarine. Mother of Vakarine. She actually repurposed a great vault inside that the apostles call the Eye of Eternity. And there she does her own experiments.
And based on your branding and the markings there caused by that, I take it she's not a doting mother upon her daughter?
I betrayed her. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, I hope that we can change that regret, the feeling of regret that you feel, to relief when we are successful in deposing the mistress of this place.
Don't find her. Don't look for her. And she kind of gets frantic and her eyes kind of go wild as she sort of grabs your robe, sort of staining a little bit with the blood on her fingers as she kind of grips it. The men, don't find her. She does terrible things. She's capable of such terrible things. Don't tell her you saw me.
We will keep your secret, but she might guess if she finds the bodies laying about.
And then, like, in a strange, like, moment of clarity, she sort of stands up and, like, her hands, like, fly to her mouth. Like, oh my god. No. Like, and she's... What happened? And she's kind of freaking out, and she's looking around. And she's, like, starting to sort of claw at the collar on her neck, and she's starting to sort of have a nervous breakdown.
Lyria, perhaps there's something you could say to calm her. As I would ask if we should prop these bodies back up on the pillows like they were. Maybe it would cause anyone to just glance and not notice that they're dead. I want to stage the scene so it looks like it did when we walked in here.
Well, I did kind of decapitate one.
Is there a way to clean up the blood and hide that and the smell?
Well, there's
Death?
plenty of pillows and blankets around. We could probably just cover most of it. But
I thought-
yeah, the
it was-
Can you
decapitation.
cover the scent of death, though?
Not to mention the cloaks that trying to salvage to sneak in further.
Well, then, if we cannot stage it so that it looks like nothing happened in here, Parasha, it might be safer for you to hide until we have left this place.
Wouldn't that just get her killed?
Well, I think
Unless she
anything.
looks like she's hiding from us. Make it seem like she didn't cooperate with us and hid from the fight.
That's
But they
yes.
told her to lay there. What if she?
Well, if
she
her
saw
life was
nothing.
in danger, if she thought that we were going to murder her, along with all the rest, then it would make sense for her to hide from us.
I don't think she can hide in here, though. She'd probably have to run into another room.
And she's just mumbling to herself, "I can never leave now." But she's more subdued.
I'll raise my hand a bit while sitting down while trying to mend my clothes. With my other hand with the staff leaning against my head. What if we
Jesus.
told her to hide in the one room that had the elemental?
What if he's still in there? We never checked. He might kill her. He might kill us. We don't know.
The closer you walk to that side of the room, the smell of sulfur becomes incredibly strong.
I came over here to
Also-
quietly meditate during this short rest, and now
almost like brimstone.
I get as I get closer to this door over here. I would just kind of sniff at the door to see if the scent is coming from there.
Not so much from the door, but at the heat you feel radiating on your back. Turn around, and you're looking at the area with the hidden door. And as you sort of take a step closer, the smell gets more pungent and stronger.
Does it remind me of the same scent that the fire elemental made?
This does not smell like Gagurun at all. Gagurun himself, if he had a smell, his smell would be heat. He didn't carry with him this sort of pungent, sulfurous, brimstony scent. It's as if you're smelling like the very bowels of a volcano.
So I would probably step back and say that I think there is something dangerous behind the secret passage that we found.
Give
before.
me an intelligence check.
Sorry, I don't know why it was left on advantage. I'll take the 10.
No problem. With the 10, you've definitely smelled this smell before, especially how thick and heady it is. This isn't a simple person striking a match. You've definitely smelt this before, and it sort of brings back Vietnam flashbacks of a burning village.
It smells like demons. Okay,
Hell,
I would
possibly.
step back because I wanted to recover some magic during this short rest, so I need almost to be in a quiet place, no distractions. But I did tell the group that I smell something and feel something behind the secret passage. I'll move to this side of the room and see what I smell over here.
Over here, it just smells like incense. The smell of sulfur, the further you move away from that wall, lightens.
Excellent. So I will sit down, crisscross, and begin meditating.
So you're trading one nauseating elemental smell for nauseating perfumey incense smell.
I suppose, but I prefer the incense. I work with a lot of incense in my magic, so I can tolerate that a little bit more.
So everybody else.
I'm gonna hand the multicolored potion over to Leomorn to see if he can maybe discern what it is.
Okay, Leomorn, go ahead and give me an alchemy tools check using your intelligence. I assume you guys are taking a short rest, so go ahead and do whatever short rest things you need to do. Get back what you need to get back, roll some hit dice if you need to. What else would you guys like to do?
Are we going to go for the disguise plan?
Sure, and I think we should leave Falk undisguised. He can just be like our prisoner.
What does a drop of healing do?
1d4.
It's basically a mini little heal touch.
So think of like an eyedropper. This is like an eyedropper full of healing stuff that could be used in an emergency.
God dang, rolled a 1 on the hit die. And if I remember right, for the alchemy thing, it's my...
Add a 2 to all your guys' hit dice roll.
There's a section for tools on your sheet, Leomorn, and then click on that, and that'll bring up a query window, and then just click on intelligence.
What the... Wait, why is mine switched to advantage, too? What the hell?
It's okay. With the 6, during this short rest, you're not able to sort of discern what kind of liquid this is. And as you pop the cork and sort of dip in a needle and pull it out, you watch as it drips, and almost like dropping sand or ink in water, it just falls and everything settles back into place. It smells very earthy. The scent you get off of it almost is, it smells like stone after a summer rain. You're just not quite sure what it is, but it's a very heavy, dense liquid. But you're not able to discern in this 1 hour short rest that you're checking this, like, what it is.
Where did you find this one?
On one of the bodies.
Interesting. Why would they carry something so... Well, no matter. I would do some research on this, though, at the proper moment. I don't think that was the right environment. I would probably need a few more hours dissecting this.
Do you need to be a guinea pig?
Thalion Zirak walks over and asks you for one of the potions of healing.
Of course, my friend. And I hand him the regular healing potion. And I will actually walk over Valeria or Leomorn. Would one of you like this greater healing potion?
I think Leomorn should have it. I have a pretty tough armor, and he kind of doesn't have much of anything.
Believe me, dear lady, I am all tough, and I'll lightly hit my chest and like, oh, that's so sore. I don't think I'll take the potion.
Take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
God damn it.
Just take the damn potion, you man.
So
Okay.
I'll place that one
If
in
you're right.
your hand.
And you have this small leaded glass vial, almost the size of a golf ball itself, with a very dark, concentrated, almost cherry syrup of a liquid inside. This thing has been distilled quite a bit to give it a little bit more potency. Short rests elapses. What would you guys like?
I'll hand the...
Mark, for some reason my token vanished. I don't know why.
I still see you.
I can see you.
Okay, I'll refresh, because I just see Moonlight sitting there and no Zerak.
You've turned into a bird.
Oh, now Moonlight is giant. Well, medium-sized. Okay, that's interesting. I'll pull them back out.
Could I see about, like, what these... Could I study the faces of these cultists?
Sure. Give me an intelligence check. I assume you're trying to find, like, maybe nationality or region.
I'm also studying them because I might ask the party if they want me to make some modifications to their appearance with my disguise kit to make them look more like these cultists.
Okay, go ahead and give me a disguise kit check using your intelligence. So this should add your proficiency.
And how do I do that?
Hold on a second, my niece came downstairs.
Do you not have the little section for your, like, kits or something like that? There it is.
There we go.
Okay, so a 12. You definitely get a good look at the face. You need a hug? I love you.
I want a hug.
Bye-bye.
Can I have a hug?
You look through them and you see that one of them is a very powerfully built, tall man. His hair is blonde, and he has a very well-trimmed blonde beard. Very nice shape. His skin is incredibly pale, porcelain-like, almost like Valeria's. You see a couple of them with very dark tan skin, almost hawkish, hooked noses, dark sort of almond eyes, and a couple that look like they could be men of the Empire. You get a good hard look at each one and find some distinguishing features that you think you might be able to accentuate using your kind of plaster and makeup on your disguise kit. You think you got a pretty good handle on it.
Yeah, I don't need to do an expert's job. Maybe just make it so that we all have that the skin tone is the right and the hair color is correct.
And you can see that it's a mix of nationalities that you're looking at. Some of them look like Northmen. They look like the Northmen that live up in. I'm having a brain fart. Distinct features of Stockings, and the other ones have the sort of square head, sort of brutish jaws that kind of signify a lot of the people in Brahmana.
I just want to know if the party can, are they close enough to their appearance to pass as these guys?
Okay, you're gonna have to do a disguise kit check, which I believe uses your charisma modifier to be able to apply the actual makeup. The intelligence one was just to study the faces and get the features.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, you have outdone yourself. It's one of those to where, like, you look away really quick and look back, and you're like a stranger. Oh, never mind. I'm just joking. I know it was you the whole time, but it's very convincing, especially with the hoods up, from these sort of silks and cloaks that they sort of hung about themselves.
So I'm sure I believe it takes about 10 minutes to make a disguise based off the disguise kit.
Yep. We'll say that you were doing this during your long rest, or your short rest. And it's easy enough.
So I'm going to do everybody except Droman and Elise because I can't really do much with them. There's no hiding those horns, and Droman threatens me with his knife whenever I get close.
And for the first time, you guys realize that,
good.
man, maybe
We have disguised selves ourselves, so.
and you guys are in here, and you're like, man, maybe bright red and bright pink armor accents weren't the right thing.
Wait, I'm already dressed as a necromancer. Do I need to be?
I just smear something.
I don't
smear
think
something
Rudy
on
wants
your
to touch
face,
you
but
anyways, Paul.
Did you just take like a whole the clown makeup white and just smear it across my face and say you're good?
Oh, it was actually the blood. He just smeared blood all over.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't even think she wants to touch you at this point. Not after the crap you just pulled.
I
What
just
did
rub my
I
hand.
do?
I just rub my hand all over
Turning
your
into a
face
monster
for
on
no
her.
reason.
So, as you guys saw from the swordsmen that were here, they were wearing their sort of chain shirt armor. They had leather pauldrons. They had a cloak that hung over them with a hood up. They also had silks, almost like scarves, that were kind of wrapped around their head. In a very sort of Arabian, what is the word? Kashaya, I think, where it covers their head and they wrap it around. Almost very ninja-like, but it's very loose-fitting, and all you could really see were their eyes. So it's easy enough to sort of cover up the features that you need to cover up, using some of the silks to adorn to try to blend in as best you can. And, I mean, Rudy did an exceptional job, but there's still some pieces that are out of it, like you don't know if they carried fleur-de-lis shields and an emerald-tipped mace or a halberd, as most of them had the bucklers and swords, but easy enough to talk your way out of.
They were prizes taken from our kill.
What would you guys like to do?
Mark, I would also like to strap one of the long swords to my waist, even though I'm clumsy and ineffective with it. It would work well for the disguise.
And this isn't like a very thick, like broadsword, like a European broadsword. It's a very fine blade, meant for speed and quickness. The weight of it seems a bit lighter than the average longsword that you've picked up before. It's almost rapier-like in the way that it's made, and it's easy enough to strap on, and the weight doesn't hinder you at all.
Is it a single-edged blade or a double-edged?
It's a double-edged blade.
Okay, just the
blade itself. Yeah, the blade itself is maybe 1.5 inches to 2 inches in width.
Okay.
Very thin, very flexible, very light.
So I put a cloak on, strap a sword on, and I have the disguise kit going. I look just like a murderous assassin.
So,
I agree. Leave the talking to Rudy. She's good at it.
Shall we see what's on the other side of this door?
I would like to listen at this door closest to me first, and not the.
That's a closet, Zarek. Remember?
Oh, was there anything of value in it, or did we already?
I
search?
thought over
did
here
not.
was the closet.
You open this door, and you see that at one time it was a closet, but a lot of the shelves lay empty. A lot of the hangers on the racks are empty. The only thing left in there are sort of these very plain servants' clothes, like white linen shifts that you can tell are stained, definitely secondhand. And you look back to Parasha, and now you realize why she's clinging so hard to these nice, fine clothes that she's been wearing, almost like she refuses to wear these clothes out of spite.
I hold one up to Falk and I say it might be an improvement.
Hold what up to me?
The servant's clothes.
I thought they were more your style. After all, you are a servant.
I laugh at that.
Now, children, we can argue about this later.
And we'll just say for fun, you guys open up the other one, and that too, which Falk found before, was full of women's undergarments and fine jewelry. There is no more jewelry. There are no more fine women's undergarments. That too has been sort of ransacked and taken away, and filled with more drabby white linen shifts, old brown worn linen pants, slip-on linen like house shoes.
Mark, I just realized something. She's not allowed to leave the room, correct?
She just said she can't leave now.
She said I understood she can't leave this place, not necessarily this room. That's why I suggested she could hide somewhere.
Okay, then.
But I don't know. Maybe she did mean this room, but I didn't interpret it that way.
That work, Ken?
Yes, thank you. That's perfect.
Okay. So you guys are all kitted out in your cultist costumes. Zirak sort of checked the cupboards for anything that might help.
Well, I'm feeling much better after that short rest. I'm missing my ward, which is kind of my, the cool factor of my wizardriness. But I can make do without it for a time being.
The question now stands, what do we do with the bodies?
The closet's empty.
Well, I think we could leave that to Parasha if we're not going to stage it if there's no way to stage it to look like they're still lounging. Then we could stash them in the closet if you guys want to, I suppose, in both closets.
Well, if we're posing as them, we don't want them to be lounging as well.
Yeah, because you'll have a bunch of naked, burned, and cut up bodies just sort of laying on pillows.
That's a good point. I guess we put 3 in one closet and 3 in the other, and shut the door as tight as we can.
Everybody's got a skeleton in the closet. They're just bodies right now.
As long as they don't look in these closets anytime soon, we should be safe.
You roll back the doors and you sort of prop them up in there, like the dead guy in the ice cream freezer in the Goonies, and you just kind of lay them in and sort of slam the door.
Now the better question is, does anybody know how to fake these guys' accents?
Mark, you said I kind of know where they're from?
You kind of know where they're from, but all of you remember during that fight that none of them spoke or said a word.
That's why Elise said that, because she's like, I have no idea what these guys sound like. So if something were to question us, how are we supposed to talk like them?
Rudy will talk like them.
Oh, all right.
I'm guessing that I have either a pretty accurate accent or a very stereotypical accent.
Because you're an actor, correct?
Okay.
Yes, I am
You
an
can
actor.
make your voice sound like a man? I'm
Of
impressed.
course.
She doesn't need to sound like a man. Maybe one of them were female. Or one of them could have been female.
They didn't look like it, but I'm impressed either way.
You hear Valeria sort of like husky her voice up and speak in Aristokian.
Not that hard.
Kind of works with like the hood up, you know.
Examining the outfits we have, do any of them have any noticeable tears that probably I could try to fix to make it look like they just weren't run through the ringer?
I assumed that you guys were using your mending spells on top of using prestidigitation to clean off the blood. So I'll just say that
Alright.
They're fixed up pretty well, and you guys are sort of wearing their stuff over yours, leaving the armor and whatnot on the bodies, like the chain shirts, unless you guys want to take some of their chain shirts. But it's going to be pretty hard to try to wear like a chain shirt over the armor you guys already have.
I think everything should be all
Unless
set.
you have none.
And Rudy, I guess we should leave the talking to you. With Valeria's help.
Yes. But I believe our best course of action is to say as little as possible.
And not leave anyone to escape.
Of course.
Yes, I agree, Valiant.
Yep, silence is our friend today. Zarak, can you keep your mouth shut?
Absolutely not. I make no promises.
Please
Just do your
try,
best.
my
Oh,
friend.
and don't touch the hair. It has to say messy like that.
Oh man, you shouldn't have said that. I'm
As
really
Zarak's over
holding
there,
back.
hands shaking.
As-
Hands shaking.
as-
I'll hold a hand up, making a little spark. Look at Rudy. I can make it a little bit more messy, if you like.
No, that's okay. I can do the same thing. But
Zarak's eye
let
twitching
Rudy's,
at that thought.
I'll let Rudy's disguise last for a while anyway.
Just don't
I'll do
touch
my
your
best.
face.
I'll do my best. So let's open up the secret passage and see what's smelly behind there. It's probably a demon. Send Falk first. He has first-hand knowledge.
How do you know there's a demon behind there?
Well, it smells like fire and brimstone, which is reminding me of hell.
Maybe someone made a bad lunch?
This smell follows a lot of demons. Especially the ones we fought earlier, ones we fought in that town with the Hellhounds.
I'll look if you guys want me to look.
Well, Falk, I only say this because of your little party trick. If you want to do that again, you're going first.
Fair enough. Wait, didn't Parasha open it last time? We didn't?
She opened it because you guys didn't know it was there.
Oh, so now that we know it's there, would I be able to open it now?
You remember that it was there.
Sure.
The closer
I
you get, you actually see the stone wall itself sort of radiating heat.
I grab one of the pillows. First I look to see how I can open it. Or I ask Parasha, how do you open the door, dear?
You remember that she pushed on it, and it sort of buckled with pressure and slid to the side.
Alright, I grab a big, thick pillow, and then I push it open with my shoulder against the pillow, to, as a heat mat.
The pillow touches it, it begins to smolder, and it's about to light on fire. Go ahead and give me a strength check.
Straight up strength?
Straight strength, unless you're proficient in athletics. You push, you feel the heat begin to sizzle and warm, like when your legs too close to the campfire and your jeans begin to heat up, and you almost have to pull the jeans away from your skin because it gets so hot. That's what you feel like. And you begin to feel it give, and you don't remember her having this hard of a time opening it until it pushes back and then begins to slide over. And the heat almost oozes out of this room, as if it carries with it an oppressive weight, like a living thing. The scent of brimstone and sulfur, just like opening a door underwater. The oxygen escapes before the water sort of rushes in, and sort of the water of this smell is so thick and heady. It just comes running through like a geyser of steam and just eggy, sulfurous smell. Your mind sort of reels as you're up close, and you have to take a step back from this dizzying fit that's threatening to take over your body as you shake clear your senses. As a deep, monstrous growl rolls out of the room, like the rumbling of a volcano. As a large, muscular dog rises from where it was resting, eyes glowing with reddish-orange flame, smoke escaping from its gnarled mouth.
Garshadow, you're up.
And you see that it takes a stalking step forward, and then it gets low, and then it just takes off in a tearing run, closing the distance quick before it stops. And it sort of, as if it was on gravel, its claws digging in, leaving large rents in this stone floor as it sniffs and it begins to back up, looking about, its eyes wide, its eyes like predatorily looking, and then it begins to back up out of view.
Yeah, I forgot. How are we going to deal with Garshadow?
We're not gonna do anything with Garshadow.
You don't want to put makeup and armor on the cat?
He'll give our position away. What are we going to say? We're transporting a cat?
Alright, well, we'll figure out as we go. There's this giant dog with fire for eyes, and it just backed away. I whisper this. Hopefully, the disguises work. Let me go check.
Okay. And I will push him forward. Go ahead, no one's stopping you.
Freaking, you're gonna do that with Valoran.
But the way she says it, she goes like, "Get a move on,
Fault.
slave."
You step through the threshold of where this door was, and there's almost this oily feeling as the pressure in your ears grows as you step through, as you're almost forcing yourself through. You don't know if the atmosphere is just that thick and oppressive from the heat inside, but there's an audible pop in your ear, and you step through, and it is so hot in here, and you just hear growling.
Okay, I was about to say I popped my ears, but you already did that for me. I'm gonna step up to the ledge and peer over the side.
As you peer over through the side, you are washed in red flame as a torrent of fire shoots up at you. So we are going to roll initiative.
Even I have cover.
I mean, you don't have cover from fire that goes around a wall through this teeny tiny hole you're standing in.
That's when I go. I peer around. Oh shit. Well, I'm dead.
Garshadow and Droman can both go before me if they would like. Since they're both in front of me.
What's your rules on speaking as a free action? Is it on your turn or is it?
On this first turn, you don't get to speak, but after the fire washes over you and the group's kind of watching, then you can speak.
Okay, after that,
he was preparing to shoot with fire as soon as he saw you, and as you were moving towards him to peek around, as the fire got you. So from you, I'm going to need. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
As I'm around the corner, I am going to use my inspiration, to like that split second, oh shit, and kind of dive back towards the entrance, like an action movie. So I'm using my inspiration.
Sure, I'll let you use it. That is a fail.
Oh, fuck.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
No, it's fine.
As the fire just sort of, oh, here, this will be fun. Yay! Okay, so you're going to take 66 fire.
Oh, fuck.
You take 20 points of fire damage, and you watch as Falk sort of turns around and he begins to bat at his skin, and he falls to the ground, sort of trying to crawl for the open doorway. He is considered bleeding out.
Holy shit.
What a pathetic demonstration of your skills.
No.
I'm full character now.
What the fuck?
Just no mercy from Rudy.
Fuck you!
Top of round one, Garshadow.
Get him, girl, you get him.
Garshadow.
Kick me while I'm in.
Dalian commands Garshadow to go pull Falk back this way once we see him drop.
Perfect. Garshadow runs in, forcing his way through the bubble. And as he grabs a hold of Falk's robe and tries to back out, you watch as almost an invisible wall sort of stops him from moving. And he drops Falk and he turns around and he scratches. And you're watching as sparks are emanating from his claws as he's scratching this field that he just easily passed through. Garshadow's trapped inside.
Dalian kind of grits his
Oh
teeth.
shit,
Like,
something trapped them.
I'm coming, buddy. Just ready ready to bite something that approaches you.
Drummond.
I guess I'm going in.
Drummond, you turn the corner and you see that there are 4 of these creatures inside that have turned this once sparse room into a bone and ash covered sort of lair, as if they've been trapped here for the same purpose that Gurgurun was used for, except they are not really into making a lion.
I think I'm going to throw one of my lucky daggers at number 1.
Okay. The 14 just misses as it sort of lowers its head and the dagger hits off of the very blunt like almost lava rock sort of like rippled forehead on the long portion of this hound's face. And it sort of shoots off to the side.
And I'm going to cunning action dagger. Yay, we're in danger now. That'll be my turn.
Zirak.
Alright. Given that there's not enough room to get to Falk, I really wanted to save him with the good berry, but I can't get in and give it to him and get out. So I will move up to behind. And I guess I'll take the dodge action.
Okay, Leomon.
I can't exactly get in there either and pull him out, but I think I'm gonna move around to here, and I am going to prep a Ray of Frost, see if I can shoot through the door if anything comes within sight.
Okay.
Mark, it was just a physical barrier. They can still hear me scream, right?
You're calling out to them, please! Like, you're calling out to them as you're sort of burnt and your face is very Anakin-esque.
Yeah, well, I'm saying sound could get through the invisible wall.
Yes, because you guys did hear them growling and barking as the one sort of charged. Okay, I'll move Rudy before Valeria. Leomorn has an action prepared. Is going to go 1, 2 to here, and it is going to grapple Falk and begin to pull him back. That's the end of his turn. 4 is going to watch the morsel that just ran in.
Wasn't Garshadow grappling Falk?
No, the way he described it when that happened, he dropped him to turn around.
Okay.
Other guys, if you want to do that, we can have a tug-of-war grapple competition between Garshadow and the lion.
Okay.
I just thought that was what Garshadow went in there to do, was to grab him. Like, I figured he had him by the teeth and was trying to drag him backwards.
Yeah, and then I described that he let go so he could show you that he's stuck inside and unable to pull him out. But we'll just say that he backed up. So we'll just say that you guys don't know. If we're going to go to that, we're going to say that you guys don't know that that door is trapped, and Garshadow merely just stopped backing up and holding on to Falk. And so we'll have a strength competition.
Don't.
Oh shit, Garshadow's got +5 strength.
Oh, so close.
So Falk, you're just getting sort of ripped apart as this hound's sort of trying to pull you the other direction, and it's just going to stay there and pull. That'll be the end of its turn.
Yeah, as my
one is
third-degree burned skin is being ripped off.
Yeah, this one's going to run up and it's going to take a bite at 7, missing Droman as it lunges for you, and you move off to the side, and its mouth just clamps onto the walls. It bites through the stone and spits it out as it looks at you.
Bad dog.
Rudy.
I guess I'm going in. I will grab Falk and I'm going to try and pull him back out.
Okay.
But can I pull him back out?
You move in, you grab a hold of him, and then you begin to like move as if you're going to take him back, and then you sort of mime as you hit a force field that sort of ripples and distorts as you sort of put your hand on it, essentially sealing you into this room.
So I'm going to make sure that everybody sees that happen.
Rudy's pounding on this, and you're hearing it's almost like hitting sheet metal, and she can't get back.
Can I use my action? I'm going to use message, and I'm going to message to Xeric. I go, what seems to be one way.
Xeric can hear you. You can just talk
You
normally.
use your action to cast message.
Yes, I want to make sure that they know what's going on.
Xeric, you watch as Rudy puts sort of her hand to her temple, and she's like Professor Xing you. And you're expecting to hear her voice in your mind like you always do when she sends this message, but nothing is coming through.
So
I shrug my shoulders at you, Rudy.
I will just like hit the shield again and again.
And you can hear that noise of her pounding on this thing. You can hear Drummond sort of fighting off these hellhounds. You can hear Garshadow sort of growling, and the hellhound growling, and Falk just fucking screaming. But for some reason, the magic didn't go through the door. And then it's about that time to hold on, and then Leomorn, as you prepared your Ray of Frost.
I'm moving over here because I can't be in the same space as Garshadow.
Gotcha. Leomorn, you would have saw this one out of the corner from where you're standing, and you would have cast your Ray of Frost as well, and as soon as you saw it pass through the door, it just dissipated.
No.
What the? That's never happened before.
It appears that the barrier stops magic. If we want to save our friends, we'll have to enter the pit, as it were.
End of your turn, Rudy.
Question. I cast Enhance Ability on myself. Did that go away when I went through?
When did you cast Enhance Ability?
I said before we left this room, I cast Enhance Ability. And then Falk basically took his step forward and got incinerated.
Gotcha. Your Enhanced Ability is still on you.
Cool. So now I can still chat people up amazingly well.
Just to confirm, Drummond's disguise stuff is also still active, is correct?
It's still on you. Your disguised self is still apparent. It just seems to be casting spells through the barrier itself doesn't seem to work. But spells that you've cast on yourself and as you physically walk through stay on you.
I just wanted to keep with the dress code.
Valeria, as you go to take a step forward, you hear Parasha mumbling to herself behind you. Mother's very mad.
Johnny, I don't think I can get inside.
You'd have to you'd have to dash.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going in! I have to... right here, I guess.
Okay. Sort of jumping over Falk's body.
And, I guess bonus action healing word him?
Okay.
Good thinking. Slaves can't work when they're dead.
Fuck you!
You're unconscious. You didn't hear that.
Go ahead and re-roll that one.
Okay.
That's in his mind.
Falk, you have 4 points of healing.
Sorry.
Some of the wounds close up, but now you find yourself stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Am I still grappled between Garshadow and the Hound?
Yep. Moonlight.
4 of them. I call out. That's it.
Ken? Moonlight is going to take the dodge action.
Sorry, I was at the oven. I have to touch a button,
No
so I had to run back. I heard you. Moonlight is going to just take the dodge action and stay on Therak's shoulder, so you're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Falk, it is your turn. You are currently prone, being grappled by a hellhound. As soon as you look up, I'll say that Garshadow will drop his grapple on you as a free action, since you're moving around. You are grappled, so your speed is 0.
No problem. I have a question, Mark. Number 3 I can see from my square. Can number 3 see me?
If you can see him, he can see you.
Okay, perfect. I tell everybody to look away.
Falk is...
I immediately close my eyes.
So...
Yeah, I don't want to see that again.
Okay,
At least
I believe averting your eyes has to be done at the end of their specific turns, correct?
Oh, well. Dang it, there you go again.
But wait, aren't we immune to it now since we were affected by
Those
it?
who pass are immune for 24 hours. Those who did not pass last time...
So Rudy,
are
Drummond,
not
and Larry, pretty much everybody in that room is not immune.
Crap.
Oh.
How
Alright.
what a coincidence.
And I believe averting your eyes has to happen at the end of your turn.
It has to happen at the beginning of your turn.
Okay, so
because you have to declare that you're not going to look when your turn starts. Because Chris, technically what you're doing is happening at the same time as what everyone else is doing. You can't say avert your eyes and then we take our turns as normal.
Okay. So I will tell everybody to avert their eyes, and I will delay until they give me the clear.
Okay.
To cast Memento Mori.
Okay.
Is that good?
That sounds good. He has set the precedent, and he's telling you guys, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. Like, prepare your buttholes. Sally.
With that being said, then I'm going to hold my turn until he does his thing.
Okay, so you're gonna take the dodge action inside.
And I'm closing my eyes and saying, shout when you've done it.
Okay. Elite.
Well, at least it's kind of... I think she's immune to it, to whatever he's gonna do, but she too is gonna be like, alright, folk, do what you gotta do, just let us know when you're done. And she too is gonna take the dodge action. So
Okay.
she's gonna wait
You're
for
gonna
him.
take the dodge action and sort of move away from
Yeah.
Hellhound. Okay. Hellhound 3. 1, 2, 3. It's going to attack twice at Valeria with advantage.
Why advantage against Valeria?
Because he's got a pack.
Oh, pack tactics. Never mind.
24. Yep. Valeria, you take 8 piercing and 8 fire. As the bite sort of goes over your arm, just like a dog would, and you reflexively throw your forearm out, clamps onto it, and the fire just begins to radiate out of its throat, starting to coat your armor, heating up the metal. Ooh, this is bad news, Bears. This Hellhound 1, his chest begins to
Oh no.
glow
Okay, guys.
as his fire breath recharges. But he's going to attack Valeria.
Oh God, Mark.
What, you don't like the
character.
suspense? 23.
Yep.
Valeria, you take 13 points total damage, 5 piercing, 8 fire. Guard Shadow.
Crap. Dahlia doesn't want Guard. Wait. Was Guard Shadow sent last time?
You tell me.
Yes. Diane succeeded and Garshadow failed last time.
Yep.
So I had it reversed. So that okay. So Thalion will tell Guard Shadow to shield his eyes, knowing what Falk was about to do.
I don't know if that works. Hold on. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna say Guard Shadow just averts his eyes and he does the cat thing, and he just covers his face with his paws.
Garsha has a feeling what's going to happen, knowing what he did last time.
He actually bites Falk to make sure it doesn't happen.
Oh, God.
Okay, Guard Shadow is going to sort of put his face on the ground and cover his eyes with his paws. Drummond.
I'm going to be looking away from Falk, so...
Okay, if you're averting your eyes at the beginning of your turn, you're gonna, and if you attack, these will be at disadvantage.
I'm going to be attacking number 1 at disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah, and this is great. I get a free round pretty much. Drummond, you go in, and then you take a stab, and it misses, clings to the ground, and the hound reflexively steps on the blade looking at you, exposing your side, giving them advantage on your next attack.
Cunning action, disengage. Gonna have to switch up to the backup sword. Alright, that'll be my...
Back up and press against the wall, making sure to look down at the ground. Zirak.
Alright, so, since I was trained by some of the greatest and finest war mages in the college at Saradine, I'm thinking that Falk is pretty stupid the way he does battle, and should probably go back to school. But I will avert my eyes, because I did not save against it last time, and blindly cast a spell into the room at number 1.
Okay, what spell do you cast?
It doesn't matter, because it's going to cause him to make a save anyway.
As you cast your magic from this room, you watch as the cold energy shoots out before you and hits the portal, and it distorts, and it almost seems to freeze like ice on the portal before being melted away just as rapidly by the heat as steam begins to rise from it, as your spell didn't make it past the barrel.
Right, and Zarek remembers seeing that happen with Leomorn in the heat of battle. He just got carried away, and he says a few curse words in Sylvan and keeps his eyes closed. And tells Moonlight to close his eyes as well.
It's totally believable, too, because you just heard Falk yell out, "Everybody close your eyes." You're like, no, as you're trying to cast in there to sort of, yeah, I got you.
So yeah, I'm just playing heat of the moment kind of thing, and it's fair. My turn's over.
Here he felt the, oh bloody hell, and quickly yank my head around back, press against the wall, and keep one hand over my right side. Like, just hurry it up!
Okay. And then you'll just take the dodge action?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 is going to bite at Falk, who's already in his mouth. With advantage because he's prone. $19, Falk. You take 15 points of damage total, 7 piercing, 8 fire, and you are considered bleeding out. And your prepared spell is gone. Not one to let prey disappear. This one runs up to Drummond. It's going to bite at him with advantage, as Drummond is averting his eyes.
We all listen to Chris, guys. This is our
Roman,
fault if we die.
With some serious Jedi reflexes, Drummond, you suddenly hear folks chanting "stop," and you sort of curiously lift your head up just as the clacking and scraping of this hellhound's claws runs to you. And like a matador, you spin as it slams into the wall, leaving this huge crater in the wall that just begins to crack and spider as you get your weapon ready to face this creature. I'll say you're no longer averting your eyes.
Ole! That's the second time you've hit a wall after me.
Jesus. Drummond is too fast. Rudy.
I'll look to Valeria and I say, hold strong. We need to clear the path for the rest of them. And then she's going to cast her Blade of Humming Thunder.
Okay.
Yes. Now we'll just keep it at first level.
Okay, 2 and 3 are going to attempt con saves. They are pretty beefy. But these are made at normal. Yes, they are made at normal. 5. Okay, so 2 fails, 2 gets pushed back. Is
2 or
it
3?
10 feet?
Let me look it up.
10 feet, right?
I believe it's 10 feet. Yes, it's
Okay.
10 feet.
He'll take the 3 thunder, and then this guy will take 1 point of damage and not get pushed back.
So, Mark, you said 2 gets pushed back. You moved 3.
No, 2 rolled a 20, 3 rolled a 5. As I went from left to right. Don't try to finagle me with
No, I honestly heard you say 2
your
gets
shadowy
pushed back.
ways. Chris is like, no, it's 2!
No, I'm not. Dude, if Falk dies, he dies. I try to do something that would, I tried to do something, but it failed.
Mark,
Yeah,
you did
that was-
say 2.
I did say 2. Well, 2 rolled a 20. I apologize.
Thank you,
And then
Jeremy.
3 rolled a 5. Rudy, that was your action.
Then I will kick Falk and healing word him. And I said, Didn't you hear me, swine? You're no good to me, dead.
Now your Blade of Humming Thunder is...
Oh, yep.
So you can't cast
I will
another-
kick him for no reason.
No, don't.
What's wrong with you,
Oh,
Rudy?
this time it wasn't me.
Rudy is in full character.
Now's not the time to be a
A
character.
lich appears out of Falk. You have awakened the demon. No.
Oh, so this is just this is just another Chris character.
It's actually just a hand puppet that comes out of his zipper.
Oh, fuck you!
Valeria, it's your...
I hate you all.
I kind of like point at the space I just said, and I said, "Go."
I like Sotowski. I really like Jessica, too.
We abused Jessica so much.
I know, and Chris took it like a champ and did a lot of useful stuff for the party. Go ahead, Valeria.
Okay,
Then I got cocky.
I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Very good spell. Let me move this up. I'm going to switch out your token from the library.
Okay.
There we go.
What do your spirit guardians look like? Are they all mini Pegasuses floating around you?
Last time they were pink butterflies.
Oh, right. You did use this once before. I like the pink butterflies.
Okay, so if I remember, yeah, because it gave Xerac some some flashbacks about almost getting eaten by blue butterflies. This happens. They make the save at the beginning of their turn, correct? Since it was cast off.
Yes.
Okay. Moonlight.
Moonlight is closing his eyes and taking the dodge action. As per ordered by Xerac in his last turn.
Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Probably not. Hold on. Yeah, everybody should be able to see the pink.
Yep.
Okay. Falk, I need a death saving throw. Okay, that was a success. Stallion.
Come inside!
So I'm sure I heard him stop chanting and start screaming in pain.
Oh, you saw him like collapse back again, like coughing up blood, and sort of like it's a death scene pretty much. He's trying to regain composure as Rudy and Valeria are fighting desperately to keep these things away. As Drummond has ran into the room out of vision.
So I will charge in and say, "Everyone, step aside."
Oh yes.
And I will strike at 2 twice.
Okay. I was gonna say 16 hits. No. That's his death save. The 13 hits off of its rocky lava rock like sort of skin.
And I'll spin and strike with the opposite end.
Very Keelik, like windmill maneuver, and you sort of try to bash down the end into the forehead as it rebounds off.
And I grit my teeth, kind of missing the glaive.
Elise.
Whoops. Alright. With that, from what Thalion said, she's going to go in 1 second here. Okay, there we go. 5. Ah, shit.
You're going to have to double move to get into the room. As you step into that spot, you sort of think about it and try to back up as the force field keeps you from moving back into Parasha's
Can I move here? No, that's a wall. Sorry.
room of sin.
It's 15, 20, 25. Ah. 30. She's going to move here. And... whoops. Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong things.
So that's 35 feet of your movement from where you started.
Is it?
Yep, because you started 10 feet away from the door. So it would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 at Valeria, and then so that would have been a double move to get to there. As you move to that spot, this Hellhound, Red 2, is going to take a bite attack at you as you ran out of its... This one's at normal. Oh, actually, yeah, no, it would be normal. An 8. It just snaps right on the back of your hamstring as you just get your leg out of the way.
Okay, and I think that's all she can do then.
You still have movement if you want to keep going, and or you can stay there. But Red 1 will take an attack of opportunity if you move out of its...
Nah, she's actually going to stay there. So,
Okay. You do have a bonus action. If you want to use a bonus action, if not, I'll continue.
Yeah, she's gonna healing word Valeria.
Okay.
She's looking pretty bad. And so and I think that's about it.
Okay, go ahead and cast your healing word, and I'll move on to the next one. Okay, Red 3 is going to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Valeria, you get 5 points of healing.
C14.
He got a 14, so he'll take half damage. So go ahead and roll your damage again for Spirit Guard. Okay, it's going to take 9 points. And he's going to move 10 feet forward and try to get at Thalion's juicy backside. Attacking with advantage, as red 2 is right there, and he also has a red 1 on the other side of Thalion, keeping him busy. For 24. Thalion, you take 4 points of piercing and 11 fire. Yep.
Just do it, Mark. Just do it.
Red 1 is going to breathe fire on Elise and Thalion. I need a dexterity saving throw from Thalion and Elise, as he's going to move here. So it's going to be Thalion. It's going to be Elise, Thalion, Valeria, and then this guy is not going to take any damage, and then Rudy. So I need you 4 to give me dexterity save.
Okay.
Wait! Hold on. Sorry, Valeria. I don't want to shortchange you. Wisdom saving throw. Made it normal.
Yeah.
13,
He
so he
takes
fails. Go ahead and re-roll. Unless you want to keep the 18. He'll take 20 points of radiant damage. Now, if he fails, is this the... I can't remember, because I haven't done it in so long. If he fails, he can't move, or he can still move?
His speed is half while in the circle.
Okay, so he can still move.
Yeah, it just makes it
fails.
difficult terrain, basically.
Okay, so I need Elise, Thalion, Valeria, and Rudy to give me dexterity saving. Thalion.
And Mark, it's difficult terrain whether they succeed or fail. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I just, for some reason in my mind, I thought if they failed, they didn't move, but that might be another spell. Elise, you fail. Valeria, you succeed. You'll take half damage.
And is this
Rudy?
fire damage?
Rudy needs to make a save that too, right?
I think he stepped. Did Brad step away really quick? Be right back. I'll roll for Rudy.
Oh, I'm still standing with like 1 hit point.
Isn't Spirit Guardian's concentration as well?
Yep, I need a Constitution saving throw. Here comes Rudy's dexterity save. I don't know if she has anything she can use. Bardic Inspiration, Blade Flourish, Mobile Flourish, Athlete, Actor, Extra Attack. Okay.
This is fire damage we're taking?
This is fire damage.
Okay, so I have that.
Rudy fails with a 10, so Rudy is going to take 27. Elise, you will half that. So you will take 13. And Thalion will take 13. Rudy will take 27. That's the end of that hound's turn. It is the top of round 3, Garsha.
Garsha is going to charge and pounce on red 1.
Okay. Almost as if following Elise through the line, charging through the flames, as passing red 2 right after it tried to bite at Elise. Getting through unscathed, going in for the pounce. A 20 hits.
And he does get my same benefit against fiends.
You chose demons, right?
Yeah, demons are classified as fiends.
Doug is correct. A demon is a fiend.
thought they were infernal. I can't remember. Okay, what is
That's
it?
just the language.
Right. The creature type is still fiend. The language might be different.
It's just an additional 4.
Okay, so
Yeah. The language, it depends on the demon, because
Oh,
sometimes demons can speak infernal
Yeah.
or abyssal. Depends.
And then he has to make a 13.
14, so he stays up.
And Guard Shadow will circle around him, giving more room.
Okay. Drummond.
Okay, we're gonna start out with cunning action disengage. I want number 4 to just chase me for like the whole fight. I'll be attacking number with my silver short sword.
$14 just misses. Why did you have disadvantage?
I had
because
disadvantage before. I forgot to turn it off.
No problem. You go in and you try to slash it at hindquarters, and just the hard rocky surface of the solidified like heat magma that forms its skin just sort of deflects the blade away.
Zurek, none of my weapons have been working since you did that thing to my sword. That
I think perhaps your skill isn't working.
Zurek.
Oof.
That skin need of health potion.
God, I hope number 2 is not going to attack me as I move past it. Did it use its reaction yet?
He already used his reaction to attack at Elise.
Excellent. So I move past it, seeing as it bit at Elise, and I will raise my hand up and put it on Zirak's shoulder, Thalian's shoulder, and say, go with the speed of lightning, my friend.
Is Moonlight on your shoulder? Did he come with you?
Doug did not have an opportunity to attack Falk as his reach is 10, and that thing is still within his reach.
But one stepped out of his reach.
One is still within 10 feet.
Oh, never mind. Okay,
I would have said something.
So I give Thalian the power of the speed of lightning, and that will end my turn there.
Your heart begins to beat rapidly as your pupils dilate, as it's almost a scene from, what's that movie? Limitless, as the whole universe sort of expands before your eyes.
I just watched that.
I just finished the little mini-series. It was pretty good, actually. I liked it.
Zirak, you're going to stay there?
Yeah, I used all 30 feet of my movement to get there, so I'm done.
Lemon.
Alright, everybody's going in. So, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna be on top of Zirak, aren't I, if I keep moving?
Yeah, I think you might have to double move to get in there.
he can go right here.
Oh yeah, that's right, he used his thing. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20. Seeing how bad Valeria's hurt, as I'm running by Owl.
Everybody's saying that. Elise said that, and you're saying that, and you're stepping over Falk's dead, unconscious body.
I know!
Seeing how bad Valeria is hurt, but Falk is dead.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I couldn't help it, Chris. I had to say something because it's just cracking me up.
Sorry.
Don't do anything anything that hurts
It's
anyone.
fine. It's a game. I'm having fun, even though I'm dying. I'm still having fun. So
I was gonna
don't
say, I
worry
think it's
about
because the party already hates Falk, because they're like, oh, he was gonna do that damn thing that stuns everybody.
Okay, I got something. So 20. As I'm running by, I'm going to lightly hit Valeria's arm, going, "Good luck," and cast Mage Shield or Mage Armor on her.
Oh, that's nice.
She's wearing armor.
No, it's not. It won't help her at all.
Well,
Okay, so you use your
Wait,
action.
what?
You use your action to cast Mage Armor on Valeria. Valeria, you are now encased in some magical armor. Although that armor is 13 plus your dex, which your shield and your current armor is already much higher. So Leomord, that was your action. What would you like to do?
Crap, I didn't know that one.
That's why it's called Mage Armor. It's specifically for wizards and sorcerers.
If you had shield, that would be better.
Shield can only be cast as a reaction from being hit. You can't preemptively cast shield.
Oh, I'm thinking Shield of Faith. Never mind.
Scheiße. Crap. I could. I'm probably gonna get hit anyway. 25. 30. Oh boy.
Nothing can attack you so far.
Not that I know of.
Okay, Red 2 is going to bite at Falk with advantage. 16 Falk, that's 2 failed death saving throws.
Oh crap.
20 total, so it doesn't take you back up so you don't die instantaneously.
Nope, you need 27.
This guy just watched Drummond run into the pink things he does not want any part of, so he's going to go 5, 10 to here, and he's going to attack at Garshadow. 19. Garshadow takes 5 points of piercing and 3 points of fire. Rudy.
Rudy
It
is
is still
going
in
to
effect.
Rudy is going to attack Red 2.
.23 hits.
I will slash at him, and I will also kick him.
Boom! He gets pushed back. Drummond, you take a step back as it sort of scrabbles like a dog trying to stop itself on a hardwood floor. Slips back from the force of Rudy's kick.
I shall move up and strike once more.
20 will hit. Taking an additional 10 points. He's leaking his strange lava-like blood that's sort of hissing on the floor. He's cut up pretty bad. Here, let me. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Rudy's
Then I will point back to Falk and cast Healing Word.
Okay.
And I will say, "Stand up, slave."
Falk, you feel the bite marks around your throat and your shoulder begin to close as the blood kind of seeps back into the wounds. As clarity comes back to your mind and the fuzziness of you losing your life force has, but for a moment, been stayed.
Prove to me that you're still worth keeping around.
Valeria.
Good line, Rudy. Thank you for saying it. That was awesome.
I'm going to heal myself because I'm down quite a bit.
Don't worry, you've got a perfect meat shield around.
And then go right here and attack one with my mace.
You healing worded yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and re-roll. Roll a d4. Because you even shortchanged yourself. You got 10 on that one, and you only rolled you only put 10. On your thing, you should have had 11. So now it is 4 plus 4, 8 plus 5. So you have 13, so you should have 14 total. Okay.
And with my Ariana's Throws. Miss.
12 does miss, as it too, in a strange way, sort of turns his forehead up, like a street fighter, like pushing his forehead towards somebody's coming on fist, so it hits the hard part, and the mace just rebounds off the top of its hard forehead.
Okay.
Moonlight.
All right, so opening its eyes and seeing his master in there, Moonlight will join the fray, flying into the room. And passing by number 1, scratching at his eyes, trying to distract it, and I will just fly up to the ceiling after I leave number 1's space, as high as I can get, whatever.
So he's
that
fluttering up about 20 feet up, skimming along the top of this room. It's a 20, not a 20 by 20. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's a 30 by 30 cube, like a perfect symmetrical cube inside. So he is 30 feet up if you want him 30 feet.
20's fine. I seem to be out of the range of their cone of fire if I'm that high up. So I just flew by number 1, scratching at its eyes, and I'll fly up to the 20 feet up.
Okay, Falk, now it's time to cast Memento Mori.
Rudy, if he does, stab him in the heart.
Falk, it is your turn. You are prone on the ground. You are no longer grappled.
I'm going to stand up.
Okay, half your movement to stand.
I'm going to cast Ray of Frost at 1, which I should have advantage due to Moonlight, correct?
Yes, you do. A 16 will hit. The cold washes over it, and the light sort of dims, and kind of like a sputtering engine, it's in like a furnace trying to kick back on. The heat inside is sort of trying to fight against it. This thing is close to dying.
If I stay there.
You guys can see the health bar, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thalion, some mop-up duty.
Dalian is going to strike at Red 2.
.25 finds purchase in the rough stone hide.
And then with the second swing on it, actually, I'm gonna spin and use the back end to see if I finish it off.
Okay. 19 hits. You sort of smash it in its spine, and you hear a satisfying crunch, and it just folds in on itself, unable to support its weight as it kind of like kicks out a little bit before the flames sort of sputter out and die.
And then I spin with my hasted movement and slash down on the neck of Red 3.
Okay. 16 hits. You decapitate Red 3, and just because it's a running theme, the head sort of like falls off and the body twists, and it just showers Leomorn in Tarantino-esque blood.
Are you sure Red 3 I thought had more than 16 hit points?
Oh, I thought you were killing Red 2. Or Red 1. Just Red 3?
Garshadow's going to use his reaction to strike Red 1. That's why I
Got
said
you.
Red 3.
That's why I got it all. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So Red 3 takes the 16.
And then Garshadow bites at Red 1.
Red 3 takes the 12.
Yeah, the 12, sorry. The 16 to hit, the 12.
And then Garshadow is going to bite out.
There'll actually be 16 damage.
Yes, hold on. Okay, so the 6 would have been just enough to kill. I would have made you redo the turn if that one would have originally killed it. I keep forgetting about it. You need to add that into your attack somehow.
Okay.
Or like a flavor text box, maybe. +4 to fiends, and that way I can remember. I always forget. Okay, so.
I'll do that. I'll add it on the flavor text.
Okay. Garshadow bites, rips onto the neck, rips the neck off, showers Leomorn.
Perfect! That's what I wanted to see Thalion do. A double kill with a lot of damage on one of them. Good job, Thalion.
Multi-kill.
And then I'll circle around.
Fatality. Very good round, Thalion. Very good round. At least.
She is going to attack number 3 with her rapier.
Okay. You get in now, the first chance you really get to attack these creatures, you go in and just the hard, stony skin sort of causes the rapier to bend and then flex back as you are sort of repulsed away. This thing is on all fours, just going back and forth, looking now as it's being surrounded.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna... Wait, that was... Yeah. Okay. Dang it.
You gonna stay there?
Yep.
Bonus action for anything?
Yeah, she's gonna bonus action healing word herself.
Okay. You know what? This hellhound's gonna bite at Rudy. How many third level spell slots do you have left now, Elise?
2.
Rudy.
You've only used one
That
third
hits,
level.
that hits.
Is this the only spell slot you've used at third level?
Yep.
I thought you cast some spells during the last fight, but
Those were second and first levels. 1 and 1.
Rudy, you take 18 points of damage, 10 piercing and 5 fire.
Rudy is down.
And it just starts to shake Rudy like a rabbit. Top of round 4, Leomorn, rats come and they begin to eat you. Garshadow.
Garshadow is going to bite at Red 4.
Wait! I did it again. Every time.
Number
Even
3 didn't make it save for
I even
the...
put the goddamn pink thing on there and I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. Okay, here we go.
Valeria, you need to remind him because that's your spell.
19, so he'll succeed. Valeria, go ahead and roll. I don't know if half damage could sink his battleship. Nope. Okay, so it's going to take
9.
Yeah, geez, that is 18, not 16. Oh my god.
Maths are hard.
I gotta read you the math here. Hold on. There we go. Jesus Weezus. Okay. There's too much going on in my mind right now. Garshadow, it is your turn. $23 hits. 11 piercing.
Garshadow is pretty fucking ferocious.
15 piercing.
I like this guy.
Okay, the 15's taken. The end of Garshadow's.
What's the extra 4 damage coming from?
It's
His
my
favorite enemy.
And Garshadow
Oh,
is
gotcha.
going to try to block him there.
Okay. Drummond.
First, I'm gonna wipe my sword on my clothes, try and get all the magic off of it. It's messing me up. Now I'm gonna
cast
stab
that
it.
spell on your sword again. I'm gonna just reach out and grab it.
Oh, good lord. Son of a gun. Okay, Drummond. You wipe off the sword and you slash down, and it just sort of, in the split second, it has Rudy in its jaws. He swipes Rudy this way in his shake, and you have to stop and avert your sword so it doesn't cleave into Rudy, and it sort of hits the ground and sparks as it continues to just ravagely shake Rudy around in its mouth.
Zirak, having caught that out of the corner of his eye, shouts over, "Perhaps during the next rest we take, you should practice your swordsman skills."
I will. You'll be my partner, yeah?
I tapped the longsword at my side and I said, "I think I could take you."
Drummond, is that the end of your turn?
Yes, it is.
Zirak.
I love this little banter between Droman and Zirak. It's so much fun for me. Okay, I am going to step over the corpse of this bloody, burning dog to get up there, and then I will take aim at number 4. Actually, no, I'll take aim at number 3. And now I will use my druid spell.
Okay. Let's go to attempt a con save. Right? Con save? Yes. Normal con. So got a +2 to this. 14.
So that succeeds. It takes no damage. As it just the frost basically just melts off of it, I think, when it starts to form around it.
Okay.
And I understand this. I'm not as good at druidic spells as I am at mage spells, so I'm not too butthurt about it.
Lamore.
Yeah, I'm gonna help put number 3 out of its mid. Just aim my hand, do Ray of Frost.
Okay. You're going to have disadvantage on this attack, I believe, because you're right next to it.
Alright.
Unless you want to take a 5-foot step back.
That's...
Okay, you rolled it.
Nope.
So you miss with the 9. Again, like, he's violently shaking Rudy. To the point to where you cast a spell and you try to get it right on him, and Rudy's leg whips around and just gives you a Charlie horse in your quad, as it's just sort of being limply thrown around right now, and it causes you to...
Damn it! Someone kill this bloody thing!
You're going to stay... Lamorn, you're going to stay there?
I'm probably gonna take a step back.
Okay. He is going to drop Rudy's body. He's going to take an attack of opportunity.
Oh, hell.
22! Ooh, 11 points
was
of
gonna happen.
piercing. 7 points of fire.
Oh no, you're down.
You're down.
Wait, how much? How much? How much?
It's 18
total.
total,
Yep.
which I believe
Yeah,
you
that
have
takes
18.
me down. Exactly.
So you
As
both-
soon as he said I take a 5-foot step back, I was like, he's going down. In my head, that's what I said.
Does the Hellhound start chewing on Leomorn?
Leomorn is now in the Hellhound's mouth and he's beginning to shake Leomorn.
I can't never catch a break.
This guy's
Oh my
this
god,
guy's a-
Falk. Okay, I think I just can't wait to see you roleplay this.
This guy is a survivor. I like how I'm letting you guys are using all your high level spells. I love it.
I did use one.
Boosh, boosh. Boosh, 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 boosh. Leomorn, that's the end of your turn. This Hellhound is alive. Yes, he's going to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, yes. I remember.
Nice job, Mark.
I remembered. 14, Valyria.
Half damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage. 18, 9. Yes.
You're on fire, Mark. Well, I'm just teasing everybody tonight. I'm sorry, guys.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I think
Alright.
everyone else is on fire.
That is the end of. That's not the end of his turn. He's going to take 9 damage and. No, I'm going to stick with my original plan. He's just going to bite a Garshadow. Okay, so this is going to be 11 plus 12. So that's 23 plus, and I'm going to roll a d8 and 2d6. Okay, so here it comes. So it's going to be, what did I say? God damn
You
it.
said 23 plus 2d6 plus d8.
Okay, so 23 plus 2d6. 23 plus 11 is 34 plus a 1d8.
40 total.
40 total damage on Garshadow.
So that drops him.
And he just
I was going to
begins
say
shake.
dogs and cats fighting each other, and then the dog just ripped the cat's throat out. That's just
Mass,
kind of what
mass hysteria.
Yep.
Rudy.
Oh, God, no.
When Falk says, "Let me heal Rudy," she goes, "Just let me die."
Kill me!
I'll also bring you back. I'm a
Valyria.
necromancer after all.
Okay, I'm gonna step over here, and I'm going to cast Healing Word. Well, first, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Rudy.
Okay.
Oh, never mind then.
You can heal Leo.
That's right.
You could also do a bunch of other useful things.
Okay, Rudy, you have 5 points as your wounds somewhat close. You're still in an incredible amount of pain, still bleeding out of like your ears and your nose a little bit, but you're back to somewhat fighting consciousness.
I'm gonna use my mace on him.
Ooh, a 9 misses.
But friendship, people. I'm not letting anybody else die again.
Okay, sorry. Moonlight. Is that the end of your turn, Valyria?
As Leomorn and Garshadow are both on the floor dead, laying there bleeding.
I can only help one person at a time. I'm sorry.
Wait your turn, Valyria
Eric
says.
calls out, "Are you sure, Valeria? Does that include Falk?"
Trust me,
Um,
we'll take you.
Silence
Falk
averts her at that moment.
Moonlight will fly down to number 4, scratch at its eyes, and then fly back up to his 20-foot space up there next to above Zerek's head.
And number 4 is giving you the stink eye, Zirak, as you're the only one out of the pink circle of butterflies.
Yep, I'm kind of scared.
Falk, it is your turn.
Alright, so I step there. Can I get a situation in the room? I see...
Okay, Red 3 is going to use his prepared action to spit his flames out at you.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just joking, go ahead.
Nice!
Your
I'm
reaction
gonna
was
kill you
amazing.
all in the Tomb of Annihilation. I'm
Your
just gonna...
reaction was amazing. Oh, fuck, why me?
I see Leomord down. I do a sigh, and then you guys see my mouth open like the mummy, and then black flies come out, and they fly and swarm, and they dive into Leomord's mouth.
Oh, that is horrendous.
Do they all get incinerated by Valeria's spiritual guardians?
We'll say some of them do. But that is horrendous.
Dude, I'm just eating right now. What the fuck?
So I pulled the mummy basically.
Leomorn, you get 36 points of...
He doubled.
You get 36 points of healing, and you feel a little full.
For the rest of the day.
There's a strange queasy feeling in your stomach. Like, it feels like things are kind of moving around in there. Whatever you ate is not settling with you. As falls backwards, unconscious. Good turn, Fall. Dally.
I think that porridge doesn't agree with me.
Got Rudy as that. How's that for being useful?
I will use my hasted action to try and finish off this hellhound right next to me.
Okay. Crack as it bounces off the tough forehead. As it's still sort of flailing Leomorn around in its mouth a little bit. But you cause him to drop Leomorn.
And, oh yeah, he used his reaction.
He did? I can't remember.
He had a turn since the last. He had a turn since the last time he used a reaction.
That's right. No, he used his reaction to
down
bite
me.
at Leomorn, and his turn is coming up. So he did use his reaction.
Oh, correct. Yes.
So I am actually going to dash and use my normal action to touch Garshadow and wake him up.
Okay. Elise, go ahead with your turn.
Alright, she's going to attack number 3 again. With her rapier.
Okay. Oh, that's definitely going to hit.
Yes.
That is definitely going to kill it.
Drummond, perhaps you should fence with Elise. She could show you a thing or two.
I think I'll pass on that one. He seems to be a bit more sprite than me, in case you didn't notice.
I didn't notice.
Not on
So
the attack,
Thalion-
maybe on the dex.
Thalion clunks him on the head, forcing him to drop Leomorn, and in that split second, as it turns around to look at Leomorn again, you thrust your rapier right into its eye socket, piercing whatever sort of brain it has inside and sort of moving your rapier around before pulling it out and flicking it out before it just drops to the ground, twitching.
Hey.
Good
The
shot.
bard gets a kill. I like it.
Thank God. Ugh, that thing was beginning to get annoying. Can we get out of here now?
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
He is dead. Top of round 5. Garshadow uses half of his movement to stand up.
And is going to bite with advantage on this guy for chomping down.
Okay.
Crit.
13 misses.
That's not a crit. That was my reaction. That's exactly. I want that kill was all you, Garshadow. That should have been your kill. But no, Droman's gonna come take it. Go, Droman. Show us how it's done.
Aim for the eyes.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up here and just throw my dagger. Be like, one of these has gotta work.
One of these has got to work.
One of them's the lucky dagger.
An 18 hits.
One out of 4 ain't bad.
Right into the backside of the shoulder blade, digging in, causing his arm to like sort of pop up as you cut whatever sort of unnatural tendons are holding this body together.
I will stay there.
Okay, Zirak.
Alright, since that thing did eyeball me for a second, like it wanted to eat me, I am going to back away to the far corner of the room, and I will use my druid magic.
Con save at normal. 16. So sorry.
Druid magic, schmooid magic.
Fuck your trees!
Perhaps we were both under a druid curse.
Perhaps. Memories of Amar are still too painful for me to bear, so I'm not very good at druid magic anymore.
Okay, I'm going to, Leo's going to get up for half his movement and look over to see one of which can see the frostbite trying to form, and he's going to add to it as he swings his gloved hand down and casts Ray of Frost, try to add that frostbite into it. Come on.
23 hits. Still alive.
I'm just trying to add that frostbite that Xerox tried to put on.
I really want him to have disadvantage.
"13 on Garshadow.
Misses.
Garshadow bats away his mouth with his large lion paw, Mufasa style, and sort of slams him up against the door before backing up in a defensive posture. Rudy, you are down, prone on your back, but you are now alive, trying to get your way back up. Oh, and for flavor, I totally forgot on your turn, Leonmorton, but the queasy feeling sort of makes you turn over before you stand up, and you sort of vomit, and you see what seems to be a lot of insects in your vomit.
What in the hell?
Rudy, it's your turn.
So, I will, once again, healing word, Falk.
It's alive.
And when he opens his eyes, I tell him it'd be more useful if it didn't kill you. Then I'm going to stand.
Jeremy, re-roll that 1.
Well, maybe I want you to just have 1.
Okay, so you
I'm gonna re-roll it.
5 total hit points full.
There you go, you big baby.
No, Falk, you have 5, not 8.
Stand up. come over here, and we're gonna dice this thing.
Hey, Leomorn,
Yes?
did you say you stood up or no?
Yeah, I stood up.
It is. It will kill. As you cut through again, slicing it, and you just start hacking into this thing. We are now out of.
I think what was in that porridge is not healthy.
As the last of these
don't think that was
hellish
the
dogs
idea.
die, Zirak, you especially standing outside of the Spirit Guardians, watch the walls sort of glimmer and distort, almost like silk caught in a breeze, before it eventually begins to dissipate and kind of like confetti rains down before it just kind of disappears. The magic within binding you inside this room has been broken.
I will have to find out how that magic was done, I say aloud, because as an abjuration wizard, that's amazing protective magic. And as I say that, I end concentration on haste, and Thalion, you fall to the floor in a heap of exhaustion for 6 seconds.
Oh?
You guys are watching as the Hellhound's bodies are slowly beginning to kind of melt and kind of break into each other and sort of rapidly decompose. Was there anything you guys wanted to try to do with the bodies?
And I'll point over to Valeria and snap my finger and have just shatter.
Mark, as the bodies start to decompose, if I reach into where its tongue or eyes would be as the head starts crumbling apart, is there anything of substance there that I can pull out before it falls apart?
Go ahead and give me a... Hold on a second. Let me find the right...
I'm thinking of maybe a spell component could be utilized out of these things to use fire magic. It might make my burning hands better, because they did essentially cast burning hands.
I was just thinking about the same thing, but I was
did a lot more damage than my burning hands ever do. So.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I was like, well, I'm not a caster, so that'll be useless for me.
Aren't your casters?
So,
not one where
you're looking...
I don't have anything that I need
reach in,
kind of stuff.
You reach into its mouth and you grab a hold of the tongue and you feel it kind of melt. What you're noticing the closer you get are these shadowy tufts of fur that are kind of growing off of the hard lava rock plate that sort of surrounds their outer carapace-like skin.
Okay, I'll try to grab a handful of this fur before it
Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Okay.
Mark, is everything melting away? Is it just the skin? Like, there's no pile of bones left, right?
You're noticing that everything internal is melting away first, and then the ones that have died sooner, the ones that were killed first, like this guy, the rocks on it itself are beginning to melt. While the other two that were killed last, the rocks are still substantial. But you two notice these sort of smoky, shadowy tufts of fur growing off of this plate rock, almost like scrabbly grass on a very dry plain. Zirak, with a 12, you managed to get 3 tufts of fur off in your hand. The fur themselves have a very strong brimstone smell, very sulfurous. And the very ends of them, as you sort of rub them in your fingers, sort of begin to ash in your hands. But they do not decompose as the rest of the body does. Falk, you do see Zirak pouring over these bodies and ripping away hair. Would you like to do the same?
Well, Droman just dumped his weapons in front of me, asking me to remove the curse. I will look at Droman and say, I will give me 1 second, and I'll do it. I'll try to do it as you. And I will go over to number 3. 3 is the one that's still pretty in good shape.
Are you helping with the curse, or?
Okay, well, before they die, I was going to try to animate one of them, but if Drummond wants me to do his weapons, I will look at the weapons and try to, I don't know, cast something, see if they are cursed. I don't know. I'll try to help Drummond out.
Survival again. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Can I try and pull the rock-like plate off of Red 4 before it melts away?
Falk, Arcana for me, please. 11. You have a feeling that it might just be bad luck that's sort of hampering Drummond a bit.
No,
you
it wasn't bad
pull
luck.
off?
Clearly, he did something.
You managed to pull off some of the stone plates with the tufts of hair, and you feel the stone begin to sort of turn to charcoal in your hands. The fur is really the last thing. And then as the charcoal-like material spreads all throughout the once hard lava rock, the fur begins to disintegrate with it. Zirak, you get an additional 3 tufts of fur with a D4. So you have 6 total tufts of hellhound fur.
What do you need the fur for?
And you know what? With your 13, you do know that these can be used in a sort of magical way, but the way that you know of and read about is that taking 1 tuft of the fur and rubbing it in between your hands will allow you to re-roll any 1s or 2s that you roll with fire-based magic.
Oh, that's very cool, Mark.
So
I love
lasts,
that.
And that lasts for... And it lasts for the next minute. So you have 1 minute after you rub the ash into your hands to start firing off fire. And you can, in that time, if you roll a 1 or a 2, you can re-roll that damage.
So I'll answer Leo's question by just kind of winking at him and saying, "Oh, you'll find out. I've studied a bit and read the properties of these creatures in some dusty tome in the College of Ceridane, and let's just say I have a hypothesis. You know how I get hypotheses from time to time, and I like to try these out and see what happens. But this one will be good. I promise."
Just as long as you don't hit any of us if it's bad.
Chris, are you going to try to cast your spell?
Coming from you, Leomorn, that is a jest, correct? Is joke.
I'm typing something up.
Hey, I'm adjusting to this sudden surge, alright?
That's still
I
no
chuckle.
excuse to hit others with your own magic.
I do chuckle because I seem to remember a lightning bolt striking people in the back pretty ferociously at some point.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm sure Ravanian would love to say something towards you right now, but he's not here.
I am slowly adjusting to this very unusual surge, but it does seem to get easier with every use.
So I'm looking for...
Droman, that was a perfect line. I didn't see it until I saw Chris's response.
So, Mark, I'm just seeing if there's any if this is a corpse or it's just a puddle of goo now.
The ones around you are a puddle of goo. The one next to Thalion, which was killed last, is somewhat corporeal, but it is beginning to rot.
I would like to... Will I rush over and I would try to do a quick examination, see if this is still viable to animate.
Give me an Arcana check. Oh, man. Rolled under a 10. I'm just going to tell you so you don't waste a spell slot. Even though your mind is fuzzy, your body hurts, and it's sort of affecting your thinking, you are smart enough to know that you can only animate humanoid shapes.
Oh. God.
Otherwise, I was just going to let you burn that spell slot. So, yes, you are smart enough to know that you can only animate humanoids, according to your spell.
Chris, are you playing a wizard?
Yes, I'm playing a necromancer.
Next time, read your goddamn spell book. How about you do that?
I missed over the humanoid part.
I can forgive Leomorn because Leomorn's playing a sorcerer and he doesn't actually care about the wording of his fucking spells. He just throws magic out of his eyeballs. But you should know better.
I haven't learned that trick yet.
I'm just playing it up because, you know, spell books have the words that follow the instructions.
So oh man, Chris, we'll play it off this way. As you're sitting there studying this body and like, I think I can animate this, you feel as like Zirak kind of looks over your shoulder and kind of listens in on you, and he's like, you dumb bastard. You can only animate humanoid forms, and I'm not even a necromancer. And again, you're just like, oh, you arrogant prick. Like,
That's perfect, yes. Valeria, if you're writing this down, that's the scene that played out just now.
You just fucking hate this guy. He wasn't in here. He didn't know.
They send me in first, I get blasted with fire, and I get ridiculed for it.
No, you're just like, oh man. Would you like to try to harvest some of the tufts of fur?
I will try to harvest, since I am a wizard, and I will do that.
Okay, go ahead and give me a survival check.
When Falk says I am a wizard, I do like the air quotes, wizard. Just kidding. You also did puke across the room. Projectile vomit flies into Leo's mouth. We did all see this.
That was pretty metal.
Yeah, I also saw it killed him, almost.
Oh, Falk. In that time, you're only able to get one of the tufts of fur, as it was just the time you took to sort of study the body to see if it was worth trying to animate, and then you managed to sort of pick it up. We'll just say that you don't know what exactly this could be used for, unless you want to give me an Arcana check, but you have a feeling that something like this might hold some value in gold.
So wrapping a piece of twine around my big 6 tufts of fur, I say, so Falk, what were you able to scavenge there? Let me see yours.
I ignore him. And flip him
I might
the
need a
bird.
second piece of twine.
As I am nearly dead, and he is perfectly fine because he stood back like a little bitch.
Also because I have a 20 intelligence and I'm way smarter than you.
Jesus
But
Christ.
you can go with your excuse if you want. That's fine.
So what is your guys' intention?
Well, we can't-
You bind your wounds before we proceed forward.
I can't wait to cast another spell on Droman. That's next encounter. I want to check this door up here and listen at it and see if I hear anything on the other side.
Can we take a short rest?
It is that it is the very heavy, sort of like 20-foot tall, 5 feet wide each door, all made of black obsidian stone that you remember from last time. You set your ear to it. It is uncomfortably warm, but since the Hellhounds have died, the temperature has sort of regulated a bit, just with the large stone walls around this complex that you guys find yourselves in.
I turn to Thalion and I say, I don't think, unless these doors swing on oiled hinges, they might be difficult to open. But I don't hear anything on the other side.
You remember that Gagarin plowed through these doors once Valeria dispelled the magic originally caging the elemental within, but you saw the barrier in here dissipate with the death of the last Hellhound. You can go ahead and give me a perception check.
I see.
An 18, you sort of move directly into the seam of the door, close your eyes, plug your ear to keep out any of the other noise, and sort of listen intently, and it's just like listening in, like putting a seashell next to your ear, it's just kind of air moving through, and you don't hear anything through the other side. Thalion, what are you perceiving down there?
I thought when Zara was talking to me about the door that you were talking to both of us, but you can disregard.
Okay.
So I would motion Thalion forward and say, perhaps it is smarter to have you open the doors rather than Falk.
I moved you guys over really quick.
And I was gonna ask too, remembering the last thing that was in here, if I come up here and look at the walls, is there like any etching of runes that are still there, or is it just invisible?
No, they're just invisible. The runes that you remember weren't actually carved into the stone. It was just sort of a strange floating script that was enchanted that when Gagurun would flare up would sort of cage him in. And that was the magic that Valeria craftily dispelled, allowing Gagurun to leave the room.
Right.
I'll be happy to press these doors open, but I'd feel better about it knowing that 2 of our other members were fully bandaged up. Valeria looks pretty hurt and Rudy took a nasty hit.
I don't know if this is a good idea. I mean, we made it this far, but I'm down to my last spells. I don't know if we're going to make it out alive. All we can do is move forward.
Unless we can find some place that's secluded enough for no one to see and actually get a
This
full...
entire place is a death trap, Leomorn. There is no such thing as that here. This is exactly what I was saying before we got into here. We barely made it here the last time. Are you guys prepared to die in the next room, possibly?
Before we
don't know what's
ventured
going to be
in
in there.
Before
There
we
might be
ventured
bigger
in here
demons.
again, before we ventured in here again, we all said that we were prepared to die. So my answer is yes. For Thalion, I am willing to die. If that's what it takes to try and rescue his friend. I'm willing to sacrifice the same that he sacrificed for me. And I believe he sacrificed more than we've even been able to tell. And I say that a bit reserved because I think that Zirak realizes more of what's going on with Thalion than most anyone else does at the moment. Because of their shared experience of death.
Well, then let's get this over with.
All of this is doable. We just need to fight a little bit smarter and more together instead of against each other.
Yeah, Zirak. No more curses, okay?
I'm not the one who's nearly caused us to all die twice in 2 combat encounters.
He's your apprentice, so you have to take responsibility.
I am not his apprentice. And I never will be. So stop saying that, or I won't help you out at all.
Valeria hands Rudy the last healing potion she has on her. Okay, or no?
No, it's nobody's real particular fault. We had no idea hellhounds were going to be in here out to kill us.
It's true, Drummond. If he were my apprentice, the situation may have played out much differently.
Thalion is going to walk up to Valeria and Rudy and hand over 2 of the healing potions he's had. So this leaves him with 1 last one. Drink up.
Valeria. Keep
Before we do open this door, taking heed from Elise's hesitation, perhaps, and Thalion's advice, perhaps we should spend but a moment as a group discussing strategy. Falk, I know that you're particularly fond of magic that incapacitates everything around you with fear or disgust, I think that we should plan when is the best time for you to do that, and that you should understand that and not abuse the power of your magic to the detriment of all of those around you. You should only utilize that kind of magic when you will only affect the enemies and not cause a negative impact to your party. You are not a one-man show. And if you ask all of us to wait until you cast your magic, you are going to get ripped apart by dogs once again before you can even mutter the words. You need to be smarter. And if you need time to study your magic and come up with better battle tactics, or perhaps the experience of this adventure will teach you how to utilize your magic in a much more tactical manner, then please hold back. Speak up if we try to push you forward, and say that no, you don't think that is the best idea. It is okay for you to disagree with us. Does anybody else disagree with my analysis of the previous 2 encounters we've shared?
I think a plan is indeed an extremely wise thing.
We should all know each other's strengths and weaknesses by now.
To follow.
We can't plan. It's unrealistic to say we have a plan walking into every encounter. What we do need to know is what each other's strengths and weaknesses are, and we need to play to our strengths and try to minimize our weaknesses.
I think
if you know
that
you are not
Xerox.
strong.
I think you have a good point, Xerox. And we've all been together for a while, but Falk, we only got recently, and we haven't stopped to tell him about how our fighting style is. So it does seem reasonable, his actions.
Thalion is just standing next to the door doing the Will Smith double handout thing from the meme. Like, I've been trying to say this from the very beginning.
Falk, could you tell us, perhaps, if you had a previous group of friends that you traveled around with till you got here, and they are no longer alive? Could you tell us, perhaps, what happened to them?
I traveled alone for the most part. Any companions I had, I just reanimated. I only kill to defend. I don't go out and murder like the others. So
I'm curious. That face melting thing and the mouth bug thing, is that all you can do?
I can. No, and I will show you. I can show you what else I can do.
No, you don't
Give
have
me
to.
a
You
moment.
don't have to show us.
I walked back to the
Please
room
don't show us.
where the dead.
So you guys watch as Falk is
Nope.
like, I'll be right back. And then he moves back into Parash's room.
I grab a corpse.
Okay, if we want to leave it behind, we should do it right now. You can't
I grab
follow.
one of the corpses from the
You don't-
closet. I drag it back, and I say, I could do this, and I cast Animate Dead.
Okay. He's dead. Okay, so he drops down onto his knees and he begins to sort of chant these words as he begins to make kind of ritualistic cuts along the body's exposed skin, chanting out words, and you see as the body sort of begins to move and sort of pulsate. And then after the minute's done, the body sits up. Milky, sort of clouded eyes sort of look around, and then it turns to look at Falk as there's no zombie.
We now have another body.
I turn around to everybody else in the party who is disguised by the disguise kit that was so expertly applied by Rudy and the red robes that we're all wearing so that we can blend in. And I point to the thing that you just created and said, now how does that fit in with our disguise? Rudy, you're the actor. Can you think of a story to tell anybody we might encounter that would explain this monstrosity that Falk just showed us he can bring to life? Unlife?
Are you talking about the zombies that are also dwelling within this place that we also have encountered?
So you guys have indeed encountered zombies. in this place.
Hmm.
They are tools to be used. Falk has
Okay.
just made a pretty genius move. Also, I will say that on the other side of this door, you guys remembered exactly what it was. It was a hall.
If we're going to use the zombie, we should probably bash its face
Oh, wait.
until it's unrecognizable.
You should have done that before I
About
animated it.
30 feet into two
Mark,
areas.
you're cutting in and out for me. I don't know if you are for everyone else.
Yeah, same here.
Same here.
Same.
So I couldn't hear your description other than like every third word you were saying.
You were only other because so they're in control.
Mark, you're like bad. You're like really bad cutting that in and out.
Yeah, it's. Hold on. I'm going to restart.
While he's restarting, was Xerax claim that he made that is like, I have been trying to point this out to all of us, not even with just Falk, but the rest of us can work better together as a team. Some of us should not run up into danger and should stay in the back lines. Others should take advantage and we should single out one target if they look weak.
You know,
Focus.
I remember we had the same conversation before you went in and got your butts kicked in that dwarf tomb.
Exactly. We've been having this
Exactly is the
conversation
point.
several times, and we haven't put together something that has compulated well enough to keep us all alive.
Actually,
Instead, we almost keep throwing ourselves at death. It just doesn't make any sense.
No.
I'm not saying that your trick is in vain, Thalion, but I'm saying that this group doesn't know how to put ourselves together, if you know what I mean. Like, we don't know much towards putting our actions and our abilities together.
That
it
is
seems.
the whole point. Instead of actually attempting it, everyone disperses or runs. You won't learn if you disperse and run.
That's what I keep saying, is everybody willing to die? Because Zera clearly is. That's why we agreed to come in here.
I'm also,
We wanted to put our
I'm
lives
also
on the line.
competently using my skills to aid the party only. I'm the only one, other than perhaps Valeria and Thalion. Oh, I don't know. I'm just feeling like, from Xerax's point of view, I do competently use my skills to aid the party. I know what I can do, and I know what best actions to take to stay alive, which is why I'm not fucking hurt, and to use my magic to protect my allies and help them wherever I can. I've learned this lesson already.
Yeah.
I'm saying that other people in the party are not playing their abilities as tactically as they could, including you, Elise. You have a lot of skills that you don't utilize to their full potential, ever. Very, very few. I've seen you do your special Bard Shadowy Blade thing that does psychic damage like twice in the 7 or so levels that we've gone up. And I think you can do that more. You have Bardic Inspiration that you never give out as a bonus action. You do heal a lot, which is great. But I think you've given out Bardic Inspiration twice. So I think you have skills and abilities that could be better utilized to help the party win in a lot more instances when you don't.
And I have tried, Xerac. It's nearly killed me several times. Do you honestly think I want to go out there and die for no apparent reason?
Yes, I do, because you signed up to be part of our group. So death is
That is what I
you're
shall
out there to
accept
do.
then through this
If
door.
you don't think that death is worth what we're trying to
Unfortunately, like
accomplish,
Valeria
then you
said,
can
our
retire.
resources is running out. I only have a certain amount of times I can heal myself or you guys before that's it.
Okay, so
So I already agreed to come in here and die for this whatever it is that we're attempting to do. So I have no problems walking into that door, expending everything, and dying right then and there if I have to. I don't want to, but I will.
well, I
The
don't
whole
think
reason why I
any of
agreed
us.
to come back inside of here was so that way I could help you guys hopefully try to get closer to Thalion's goal.
That's
But
why we
clearly
all
that's not
agreed
working.
to come in here. Yes, and I disagree that it's not working. It did work. We're overcoming challenges one at a time. Each challenge might get harder than the last, but we're still succeeding. None of us are dead. It's just that
Not
we
yet.
might be expending more resources than we wanted to
Then we need
to
to.
get as far as we are. But I still have plenty of go juice left. My resources are fine. I even have a healing potion remaining.
The whole point that I was trying to get at is not for us to fight about this. Fighting is going to make us separate and make things more difficult. We need to come together, brainstorm, utilize things that aren't going to be depleted as quickly, and keep an eye out for places when we do need to sit down and rest, because of course we're not going to be able to go straight through this place completely running through without stopping. So instead of thinking this is over, we're going to die, let's try to think a little positive as a team and come up with something as we press forward.
We already know the dangers because we know that they were expecting us. This room was ensorcelled with magic that kept us from being able to fight from a more advantageous position. The place itself is going to be on high alert and ready for whatever we may do. So that the danger is higher than it was the last time. We were ambushed in Parasha's room. We didn't see that coming either. So we just kind of have to roll with the punches, so to speak. There's no way for us to predict. The next room might have flames come down from the ceiling and the walls all at the same time. So it doesn't matter who goes in first. That person's going to die. We just have to be ready for that, hopefully, or as ready as we can be.
They will have things in here we can use against them. Let's just keep our eyes open for that as well.
I'm logging back in. Does my voice come in better?
Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you
Yes.
fine.
Okay.
We just
So I
I
don't-
think you were trying to describe what we remembered this hallway looking like, and then I
Yeah,
couldn't
you
hear what your
remember at the
description
other side of these tall obsidian doors, there was a hallway that was about 30 feet in length, and it ended in one of the white pulsating light gates.
And it was two
You
direct.
remember that the key that you guys had allowed you to go to the right. Zirak, you specifically remember that when you tried to touch the glyph key that you had at the time to the part that was still closed off, it was repulsing it. Like same pole magnets repulsing each other. Like you couldn't exactly touch it. So you realized then, and it was explained by Sen when you guys returned, that some of the glyph keys are in fact attuned to certain areas, and the two keys that you had are specifically attuned to the vault of this consortium known as the Demon Hold. So you can imagine that on the other side of that white gate is a separate vault. Thalion, you put your hands on the door and you push, and they swing effortlessly. The weight of them almost belies the size of this large pane of obsidian glass.
I will pull out the glyph key I have, knowing that it's going to trigger coming up.
I'd look to the rest of the party as Sally News. I go, were we finished talking?
guess we don't have a plan again.
Mark,
And we just do what we
Oh, I
keep
thought
doing?
you guys had a plan going when I was AFK there for a bit.
But
So
you
We were
didn't-
discussing, but since Thalion just walked off, I guess that discussion's over.
Mark, can you give me a zombie token?
I guess so.
you should
So
be
I guess
able to
we're
pull it
going
off your
in
sheet
with
there.
an extra zombie to help us. Let's do this.
We are disguised. Hopefully, it will work.
So which
There's a
parts are
folder.
you guys confused with? We have our disguises. We already know where this key is going to lead. We need to make sure not to disperse, stay together, focus on one target to kill them quicker. This is what I was claiming. Is there anything more that needs to be added?
Oh no, great leader. I think you have everything figured out.
I trust your judgment, Thalion.
Yep, let's do this.
I think you speak wisely.
And just to be safe, Valeria, I know you have a lot of defense, but I think you should try to stay ranged or in the back.
I don't know if I like that, but I don't know if we have any other choice.
Keeping you standing should be the priority. We should not let you fall or rush to the front.
Well, until her magic is spent anyway. I think that's probably a smart idea, but she does make a formidable melee opponent as well. With
Not
her
to
mace.
mention, she did say that she has limited spells left to use.
But that's not the point. She is the heart of this team, the guiding light that keeps us going. If she falls, all hope is lost. Don't let us lose hope, Valeria.
I don't know if you're being condescending or not.
Look into these eyes. Does it look like I'm condescending?
Insight check.
You're currently disguised as those gods, so
That's
yes,
not
it kind
the
of
point.
does.
I may be disguised on the outside, but my soul remains pure on the inside.
Don't worry, I got my flies to keep her alive.
You shut up.
Do you
You're not helping.
spellcasters not have
I don't think
Those-
that would be very helpful.
what do you call them,
Sometimes that might make her
cantrips?
sick.
that you can utilize more?
I mean, I do have
Yes,
Sacred Flame
but-
and everything, but that's all I have.
Yes, but unfortunately, my own cantrip can only reach so far. If I want to aim for anything higher, I'm gonna have to dig into the deeper pockets, as one would say.
So
Very
those are what
fair.
I would suggest being a little more tactical with. For example, how I will tactically utilize the glaive with its distance to keep a foe at bay. I'm sure you can do something similar with each of your signature spells that don't waste away.
I haven't been working on that, but the last time that I tried that, a chaos ball hit the rock next to you.
That just depends on aiming and picking your targets.
Trust me, I have been working on that for several years. I don't think I want to explain now how the hell that backfired that one day.
Don't look
No.
at me. Unless these things can understand words, I have useless stuff for that.
Now we'll say Thalion pushes open the door. You guys had your talk. You see the pulsating white light of the gate before you. Thalion, you walk up and you place the glyph key, and you watch as the light sort of dim and disappear while this portion of it still glows, and you see through it somewhat opaque, like fogged glass. You look through and you see that there's a hallway that continues to the north and then bends directly to the east. Past this area, but you're able to pass through on the south side and hang a right.
So I will hold it open to let the others pass.
You guys now begin to approach the door of where it sort of all went wrong before.
Drummond, I'll go ahead and listen for sounds behind the door. See if there's, this is where all the things went down. So maybe they've got guards posted here.
Again, it sounds like an aviary. There's just a ruckus that's sort of muffled by the stone door as you sort of listen to it. Some deeper bellows mixed in with higher chirping, yells and screeches.
Well, what's the plan? Shall we test out these disguises?
Alright, story. We fought the intruders. We beat them off, but they were formidable.
Get your mind out of the gutter. Mark, when I think that... never mind. I'm just going to stay back from my zombie.
What would you guys like to do?
So I suppose we could say we beat ourselves in a way and took the things?
Yeah, you can.
God damn it!
I can't breathe over here.
You should try
I know.
that. And someone should try to get to the end of that door as we're trying to convince them of this to make sure no one escapes.
I was
I'm
undead straight to the door to guard it.
I am prepared to stop them from escaping, if necessary. I told you this before we came down here.
Yeah, and look how well that worked.
I haven't tried to keep someone from escaping yet.
I thought you did.
I did not.
Alright,
I did use the magic that I was going to use for that purpose, and it failed. But I wasn't going to tell them not to escape. So in my mind, I have not tried to stop somebody from escaping yet.
Alright, so the plan is we're going to try and pass ourselves off with the disguises. If not, we're going to fight our way. Top priority is keep people from escaping.
And we should make sure, Miss Rudy, that you should speak on our behalf should anyone question. You seem to know how these beings speak, hopefully?
I shall do my best.
Right, Rudy, and if you need help with any negotiations, I am happy to assist. As I'm sure I could outsmart them in a heartbeat.
Let's try the door, see if it's open.
The door is unlocked.
I like how nobody disagreed with that. I'm totally fine backing you up, Rudy.
Push it open. And again, you reveal the large summoning chamber.
Oh, right, the room where we wanted to break the glass on every single one of these particular...
Large columns jut from the floor 50 to 60 feet high up into the stalactite covered cavernous dome of this area. Large, enchanted, runic circles glow this time in an opaquish, fiery red that almost seems to pulsate, different from the white light that you guys remembered from before. But what really gets you is inside. There is nobody else but the demons inside these summoning circles. You look before you and you see what seem to be 3 haggish looking demons, long tongues sort of rolling out, almost touching your chest. They have these strange grandma-ish style faces, their bodies hunched, bones protruding from areas where they shouldn't, as they sort of rush up and stare at you through dead red eyes as you sort of look. Again, you see the other smaller, chubbier, kind of weird, decomposing looking smaller demons sort of rolling about, lazily just kind of moving like slugs through, kind of running into the wall and then rebounding back. large roar that's somewhat muffled from the very far end, and you see what seems to be a gigantic lava rock skinned demon snake that sort of foots out and bites like a python at the stone circle as it sees the doors open, and it kind of locks eyes with you. And every time it strikes, moves, and tenses, the intensity of the heat of this large coiled snake sort of grows and brightens and flashes. You see some smaller demons fluttering about their runes, but these ones with wings, flying in circles, blowing out what seem to be gas from their mouths as they fly to the top of the ceiling and then dive back down as if they're trying to keep themselves entertained. All the while, two strange creatures with crocodilian bodies, long tails, crocodile mouths, seem to walk and stalk around, watching you as you stand in front of the door, uncovered in what seem to be unnatural fanged mod mouths all over their bodies. So that's Grandma Demon 1. Crocodile Demon. Large lava snake. And then the strange flying winged demons. And then these gross little things. But there's nobody else here. Just the somewhat electric thrumming of the circles being energized. Rudy, as you step closer, they sort of move slowly up to the glass, and they kind of look at you. And you hear this sort of old, womany voice speaking to you. Please, my dear, let us out. They hold us here against our will. Let us out.
I will turn away from them without saying a word.
And as soon as you turn away, there's like a flare of anger. Look at me! As it kind of yells and it sort of catches you off guard. And then you turn back and the face is docile again, as it's sort of looking at you and sort of like swaying. Let us out.
If we walk by the circles, can I, like, take a glance at one of the empty ones to see if the runes are there?
Yep. Drummond. As soon as you step into that area, you feel two massive, invisible hands crash into your body. We are going to roll initiative.
I knew it was a trap. So, if you guys remember, the thing that got away from us ran to the door to the south. So, it was my intention to go down and listen at that door, and we don't know what's beyond that door. We didn't go there, right?
No, we had to run.
We had to teleport out of here, I think. So, I mean, I guess you guys are all heading for this other portal over here, but I'm kind of curious where that guy went.
I just didn't want to go into the middle of the room. I was skirting the edges.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. We made a mistake the last time because we all kind of piled in the middle, and yeah.
It would also be nice to know if our key actually works on this door over here. That way, if there's something in that lower room, then then if there's something dangerous in the lower room, we can at least have an escape plan through this side over here.
Okay, let me make sure I got everybody's. Rudy, Zirak, Drummond, Falk, Valyria, Elise, Thalion, Leomorn. I'm missing Gar Shadow. 7. I'll just add him with a 7.
Also, don't forget to add the zombie.
He's in there. Poor sucker rolled a...
Wait, how'd you roll 0?
Zombies have negative dexterity.
Mark Dowling rolled
Oh my
a
God.
14, and Garshadow got a 7. And I'll let Dalian go first.
Okay. Moonlight rolled an 18, so I'll move him uphill. Okay, that should be everybody. So Drummond, as you was the first to cross the threshold of these columns, as you were sort of sneaking by, looking about, nothing caught your eye until what literally felt like just outward physical force just begins battering your body. That's what I hate about restarting. All my shit disappears.
Gosh dang it, Drummond, I just realized I don't have magic weapon prepared. I was so gonna run up and touch your sword again. Just for fun, but
Yeah, you were.
I mean it would give you a magic sword.
Okay, Drummond, first, the first...
Not that sword, Mark.
22.
Okay, that's a hit.
7 points of bludgeoning as it takes you, boom, right in the midsection, and it sort of draws the breath out of you. And as you sort of bend forward, you feel something smack your face upwards, or at least try. 21.
21's also a hit.
As this force punches your face, and you sort of, your head snaps back, and you're sort of thrown backwards a bit.
Actually, I can't see it, so.
You cannot. Top of round 1, Rudy. You just watch Drummond get doubled over and, like, yeah, just get walloped with an uppercut by someone.
So I'm gonna. Now I'll say this way.
You step towards the column, and the large lava snakes sort of biting, and you're watching as the red runes brighten with each strike, as if trying to contain this very powerful looking.
I'm going to move here, and I'm going to take the dodge action.
Okay. Zirak.
All right. So I don't see any weapons or any enemies. I'm sorry.
You just saw Drummond take a walloping.
Okay. I'm gonna cast a spell on myself.
Okay. Ooh, nice. How far up do you go?
When I initially cast the spell, it raises me up 20 feet.
Okay.
So if the ceiling is 20 feet tall, I will raise up. Or if it's that or higher, I will go up 20.
It goes up about 50 feet from what you can see, the tips of the stalactites, and then it's darkness above that. So you don't know exactly how high it goes, but it goes pretty high. And you notice that the lit up runes of these, like that shed light, like these columns of light, go all the way up. But as it hits the darkness, it does not illuminate the darkness.
Okay, and since Moonlight is on my shoulder, he would go up with me. And I'll just have Moonlight take the dodge action since it looks like he's going right after me.
Okay. Drummond, again, you get punched in the stomach. Oh, fuck. Okay, so that is 12 plus 15. +8 for 23, and then Thalion, something crashes into the left side or your right side of your face for 20. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as some of your molars come loose and you split blood onto the ground. Moonlight.
No, Moonlight will, since I still see no enemies, I'll take the dodge action on. I'll go ahead and get off of Zerak's shoulders, though. He'll fly, just kind of hovering right next to Zerak.
Drummond.
So those attacks, did they come from directly in front of me, maybe from the side, above? Just trying to get an idea of which direction.
The first attack, you remember getting sort of punched with what felt like a hook. You've been in a lot of street fights, just growing up as a kid. You sort of feel what punches feel like. And you could feel the first attacker that was here. Crack, crack. And the second attack felt like it just came from directly in front of you, with another just straight right to the body, right in your solar plexus, again sort of trying to drive the breath from your body.
I'm just going to take a wild stab in front of me.
Okay, give me an attack disadvantage. Reflexively, you sort of stab out with your rapier and kind of get back into a defensive position. You do not hit anything, and in your wildness, trying to clear the fuzziness from just the punches that you took to the face, you're sort of a little bit wild, leaving yourself open.
Not hitting anything, I'm going to cunning action. Jarek, your magic's still affecting my swords. Quit it. Also, there's something invisible over there.
Thalion.
Your excuses are getting old, Drummond. Get better.
So I'm gonna also strike at that spot that was in front of Drummond.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack at disadvantage. You slam the halberd through the air, sending up sparks as it hits the marble stone floor. Missing it.
And just to be sure, swing with the opposite end.
Wild swing, sort of in a 360 arc, hoping to get something. Nothing.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Fall.
I am going to hold my action to cast Ray of Frost to an enemy that I see, to the invisible when the invisible creature comes out of invisibility within range.
Okay. Okay. There was some key wording there. Valeria.
5, 10, 15, 20. I don't really see anything, so I'm just gonna prepare my mace for anything that if something attacks.
Okay. Release.
Elise doesn't see anything, so she's kind of like, okay, I don't know. Invisible enemy, I guess.
Okay.
And can she fly? She's gonna fly 15 feet up in the air, or 20 feet. And that's it.
Garshadow.
Garsha is going to prepare to bite if he or his master are struck. Which I believe will be at disadvantage, since he'll just be responding to the... yeah.
Okay. Leomore.
So,
Let us out.
seeing Roman get hit. Seeing German get hit, he'll hold the staff close to himself, mutter in Primordial more, and will cast Mirror Image. Or not Mirror Image, what is it called? Was it? Yeah, Mirror Image, that's what it is.
In response, as you say something in Primordial, you hear a Viatus! And all of you suddenly hear that. And Leomorn, you know that the words say, I'm coming for you.
Do I recognize the voice?
Nope, you just recognize that it's a primordial voice and a very craggy sound as if the stones are coming down the mountains themselves.
That's not
And you
good.
prepare your action. Or you use mirror image, or are you going to stay there?
Yeah, I'm gonna use Mirror Image, and then we're going to just book it. Just book it right past the hags.
Okay. Make your move.
5, 10, 15,
Don't leave us!
25, 30? That's probably all I'm gonna be able to do.
Okay. Falk zombie.
Falk will give it a command to go. God damn it. Yeah, I point to the door and say, "Oh fuck me." Go help Valiant.
Okay. I believe 40 feet its movement.
And there, that's my turn.
Rudy.
Rudy is gonna go. And she's going to take the dodge action.
Okay. Zirak. Floating in the air, you watch as Dromond and Valeria sort of come close to you. On the ground, and Leomord rushes over. They have their weapons ready, trying to see what exactly this thing is.
Alright, I will use my action to ready Firebolt to strike at any enemy I may see within range.
Okay. Valeria, I need a strength. No, I need a athletics or acrobatics check. Okay, so you feel something directly in front of you. latch on to your throat and lift you up into the air, kicking, triggering your prepared action. This attack will be at disadvantage. Those of you watching this, as Valeria sort of gets lifted up and like her hand flies to something grabbing her throat, and you can see where she's looking and see where she's facing. Those of you with prepared actions that can try to make an attack at this area.
Mark, that was with disadvantage clicked. I just want to say that
Now,
was
this
disadvantage
is-
clicked.
Per rules, a burst critical, so you can add an extra damage dice to your roll. Because it's a
Just
double
one,
crit.
even if a cantrip rolls 2. You just want me to roll 1, like almost like the berserker.
So
thing?
you're going to roll, so what's the damage for this? 1d10?
It's 2d10
20.
because I'm over 5th level.
Yeah,
So,
so
yeah,
it's going to be
it's
20
2d10 plus 20. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be 20 plus 3d10.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes! Holy
Nice.
balls.
That's only
And
2d10.
7x.
Yeah, there's the other one.
Okay, since Zirak
Oh,
was the
47.
one, since Zirak was the one that rolled, Leomorn and Drummond, you did not have a prepared action, correct?
Correct.
Falk, sadly, you are standing behind this pillar, so you cannot see this. Leomorn, your prepared action was to... You did not have a prepared action, you cast Mirror Image. Because you see as Zirak's fire shoots down, and there's this strange scream, kind of like emanating out, as the flames illuminate this shiny, invisible body, as the burnt, like, what you can imagine is maybe skin begins to flake off like ash for but a moment, illuminating this creature before it turns invisible once again. So that was fucking huge.
Get your hands off, Valeria!
Holy 47 damage. Okay. And Valeria, like almost like a pro wrestling move, it lifts you up by your throat, and then it's going to take its fist, slam it into your face, and throw you to the ground. With a 14, as it shoots down, you see where the fist is coming in, and you manage to get its your shield up in time, and this gong sound sort of radiates through the area, and it is going to release its grapple. And it's going to whoosh away. Moonlight.
Moonlight is going to fly down and scratch at the air in front of Valeria because it does not know that it moved away, and fly back up.
Okay. Drummond.
I guess I will prepare to stab anything that, basically if it does it again, I want to stab it if it's within range of me.
Okay. Valiant.
I will take a step forward. Since I saw that Moonlight did not strike anything, ready my attack if it approaches and swings at me. Or within my
Okay.
range.
Falk.
I'm gonna go. As I'm moving, I'm gonna shout and ask: does anybody have any spells that can reveal invisible creatures?
Nope, nothing to me.
I do not.
Nope.
Okay, so that was a double move. Valeria.
I don't know where he went, but 15, 20, right here.
These
for
guys
30.
are so scary. I love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just prepare an action again if anything attacks me again, and that's all I can do.
Elise.
She still doesn't see anything, so she's like, she's just gonna. Oh, she's gonna come over here to see if she can get a better view. She's still up in the air, so she's like, alright. And that's all she's gonna do for now. That's all she can do. She can't see.
Gar Shadow.
Gar Shadow is going to sniff the spot that the creature stood previously and see if he can track him.
I was waiting for one of the animal handlers to do this. Go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage.
I had an idea too, Mark, but I didn't know if you were going to buy it. I'll get to it.
I did say that your fire roasted it. So for you, for Moonlight, if you would have chose to try to sniff it out, it would have. The DC would have been lower for Moonlight since he was right there. With a 20, Gar Shadow perks up, and he kind of drops low, and he is looking in this general area.
Okay, Gar Shadow is going to attempt to see if he can pounce on something.
Okay, where are you going?
Wait, oh no, Zarek's in the air.
I also gave a clue to Leomord. So he is in the air. He's 20 feet up.
I'll go right there.
It would have been a disadvantage. But if you pounce there, he misses. There's nothing in that area. So he sort of does like the Snow Fox thing, diving for rabbits. Kind of runs up and then he jumps into the air and lands, and then there's just nothing. Leomorn, we'll just say that you understood what it said. It spoke to you in Primordial. More specifically, the Oran dialect. The dialect which you know is spoken mostly by air and wind elementals. Is that the end of Garsha?
Yeah.
Leomord, it is your...
Oh boy. So, thinking of that, let's see, it's not here. Oh crap!
Come on, Leomord.
I'm
you doing?
I'm like going through like 15 different plans in my head, and it's like, no, this no. I'm going to yell out. I'm first gonna basically say, "The damn thing speaks primordial." I think I know where, and I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, and see if it was there last. I'm probably gonna aim a ray of frost like under Zirak, but if it misses, it'll probably hit the pillar right behind him.
Okay. Okay.
Oh wait, disadvantage, right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nope.
You shoot out your ray of frost, and you watch as the pillar begins to grow icicles and ice, and it like sheens in there. Didn't hit anything but the
Blast.
vault zombie.
The zombie's gonna stare at Valiant with his dead eyes and go, "Help, Valiant." And it's gonna stick to him like glue, so when Valiant moves, the zombie will move.
Okay, so he's gonna wait for Thalion to move. Prepare his action to dash. Okay, it is the top of round 3. It is 10 o'clock. Would you guys like to continue, or would you guys like to put a bookmark here and pick up next time?
It's 1 o'clock here. I would like to put a bookmark on it.
Okay, so we will put a bookmark here, and Valeria? Chris, would you be okay with toughing this out for a little bit? We'll go maybe till 10:30?
Yeah, I'm done with classes for the rest of the week, so after the encounter, then I would want to go to bed.
We'll end right after the encounter. Top of round 3.
So I am just gonna stay by this door, and I guess I will just stay here and take the dodge action.
Okay, Zirak.
Alright, so kind of recognizing what happened last time, I would like to... this is what I mean, now that we have the clue that Leomorn gave us, this is less useful, but I want to check the ground, and if it takes my whole action to do this, that's fine, but looking around at the ground around us, is it stirring up the dust or causing any... it's probably not leaving footprints, but is it leaving any kind of trail at all when it's moving around if I examine the ground itself?
Ooh, clever boy. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay.
Make sure you toggle normal, and or if you want to use your inspiration, I think you have.
I do have a point of inspiration, but I'm
This would
thinking
be a
about
good
using
time.
that for... I'm thinking about using that as an attack if I have disadvantage, so I attack normal. So I'll go ahead and just make then a roll normal.
16 is good. You can actually see dust and particles of wood being blown away, as if there's a wind sort of pushing down on the ground gently and sort of moving them off to the side. You watched it do this.
Okay. So, did that use my action to make that perception check?
That was definitely your action to sort that out.
Okay. And that makes sense, because I would have totally devoted my whole turn to just staring at the ground. I will, as a free action, then just order Moonlight to swoop down to the space where I think it's in and see if he can scratch it.
Okay.
And I'll call it out that I think it's that it's next to this pillar. I'll just say it that way.
Zirak, as you point down in that area, look to Moonlight and point down, you turn back just as a fist crashes into your face.
Oh crap, they can fly, that's right. I know they can fly.
20. Can you disregard a 20?
Even with a shield that would match me, so you still hit me.
Okay. So you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Go ahead and give me concentration saving throw. for levitate, I believe. Okay, so you punch in the face and you feel it waver, and as you're falling, you actually look up and see the air in front of you being cut like a turbulent wake as a point gets larger and larger and larger, and as you fall to the ground, meeting you the exact same moment your head smashes against the stone is another fist. Oh fuck.
Am I gonna take fall damage for hitting the ground too?
You'll take a D10, I believe. No, 1d6 of fall damage.
Doesn't levitate just lower you down?
Oh yeah, levitate makes you gently float down when the spell ends. You do not fall.
Okay, so we'll role play that you fall and land on the ground. If you want, you won't take fall damage, but just to keep the flavor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, as another fist just smashes into your face, that's 15 plus. Then I'll just roll the 2d6 with the dice roller. 2d6, so 2d6 plus 3 plus 3. So 18 total. 2d6 plus 3, 12 plus 3, 15 plus 3 is 18 total. And you are seeing stars. It is a Looney Tunes cartoon. There are planets orbiting around your head. You are dizzy. This thing did a wallop on you.
Yes, it did. I have 1 hit point remaining.
Okay. Moonlight begins to swoop down. Go ahead and give me a perception check with Moonlight. With advantage. '21. You watch as Moonlight comes in, flares out, his owl wings, the talons outstretch, catches purchase on something, and then begins to fly around it in a circle. You guys are watching as Moonlight is flying in a circle around this square. And because of Moonlight's help action, the next attack against it will be at normal. Drummond.
I didn't see the square in which you pinged.
Oh, sorry. I'm in the other layer. Right here.
Okay, so right where I thought it was. Cool. Did Moonlight swirl around it on the ground, though?
Yes. Moonlight caught purchase, sort of going off with your body falling and sort of switching to where it is. It used the rest of its turn to drop down to the ground.
Oh, gotcha. So it hit me in the air and then dropped down and hit me again?
Yeah, and as you're lying on the... So, and we'll just say you're sort of on the ground and kind of get up, since you're not technically prone. Just all in flavor text. You sort of stand up and look, and you're watching again in that specific area where the dust and debris is being moved by a very gentle breeze. It's almost imperceptible.
All right.
So we'll do one of these. This square here.
I'll take a shot at it with my hand crossbow and hope the bolt sticks in it and stays.
Okay, so this is at normal.
Okay, now Zarek didn't touch my hand crossbow, so this should be...
Oh no.
A 14 hits. Okay, so it's going to actually have this. The bolt does stick in, but it doesn't go as deep as you thought it would. So it's going to take 9 points of total.
At least we have a visual marker on it now. That's kind of my whole thing.
So now you guys are watching in this area as there is a floating crossbow bolt with about an inch of it that is not visible. So at least you guys know where this thing might be. No, Falk, it wasn't at disadvantage because Moonlight was able to track it and mark it for everybody. Just for a moment.
I think I'll stay here.
Okay, Valiant.
Correct.
I'm not gonna be able to get to him. So I am actually going to set the halberd down, draw my bow, and use one of those magical arrows that I found, and try and shoot at the spot I see the floating bolt.
Okay. Technically, this is still at disadvantage, because you don't exactly know where the body's at minus the arrow, unless you want a higher AC. I leave it up to you.
I'll shoot at disadvantage.
Okay. That'll definitely hit.
I gotta look at what the extra was for the arrow.
I believe it was just +1 ammunition, so it'll be 6 points of piercing.
Okay.
And it does not have this damage. You guys watch as on the other side of the body is now a larger arrow shaft sticking out. One of them on the left shoulder, one of them on the right shoulder, starting to frame what this body looks like. Falk. Oh, sorry, Thalion, did you want to do anything else?
I will actually hold my ground right there with the bow, since I don't want to leave my halberd behind.
Okay, Falk.
I'm going to take aim, and I'm going to cast a spiritual skeletal hand and hopefully hit it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a disadvantage. $13 will hit. You watch as the hand sort of reaches out and squeezes something in between the two arrows, and this sort of screech just sort of echoes through the hall again as it begins to sort of shake and thrash a bit.
And he can't heal if he could, but
Yep.
That's my turn.
Okay, Valeria.
I guess I'm gonna have to go over this corner right here because I can't really see again.
You sort of scrape next to the large lava boa, and as you sort of like run next to it, you watch its giant maw open, and it is like 10 feet from top of the mouth to bottom of the mouth, and inside is just this angry red roiling fire that's just sort of trying to get at you from inside this very, very strong ward.
Okay. Xerak's looking really bad, so I'm gonna use a healing word on him. Double.
Thank you, my lady.
Go ahead and re-roll that one. Okay, so that's going to be 4, so 10 total, Xerak.
Let's see, if you want 5, 10. See where I am right now. Since I can't really get close. Maybe I could. I remembered. I'll stay in the back.
The thing flies. That didn't work for me. I tried to stay away from danger as well, but once again, the encounter outsmarted me.
So you can tell that so now you're knowing that the air is pushing down and displacing things, so you can imagine this thing is hovering, and that it also flies.
Right.
What would you like to do for your action?
I'm gonna cast Shield of the Faith. Wait. Yeah, Shield of the Faithful. It's the other one. Where it's
You
one
want
of
to
my
use your...
divinities. Oh, Radiant Defense. There we go. I'm gonna use Radiant Defense on. I'll give it to Drobin since he looks pretty hurt.
Okay. Drummond, you feel a very loving warmth come across your body, as if being hugged by a matronly figure, as you begin to slowly glow.
Sir, are you doing this?
I swear it's not me. I'm actually kind of in awe. I haven't seen this ability very often. I think Valeria's used it once before that I remember.
She's used it a couple times. It's been pretty awesome when she's used it.
So we know she can do this.
I remember a time where a zombie punched somebody she cast this on, and it literally exploded. Good times. I thought she was going to Sacred Flame that dude, but that works for me. Elise.
I think it should be close enough. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. Wait, there's still an arrow in it, right?
There's 2 arrows in it, and moonlight is currently circling around it and then moving over.
Okay, so she is going to believe it's close enough. She's going to Vicious Mockery it.
Okay. So sort of insulting its general direction.
Mm-hmm.
$19. Sadly, as you sort of speak out and try to insult it, it doesn't catch the gist of the joke.
They never do. And yeah, that's about it. She's gonna stay right there though, because she can totally see it.
Car Shadow.
Guard Shadow's going to step back a little so he can rush forward and pounce on that spot.
Okay. Pounce will be at disadvantage. $21 definitely hits. 21, it does shrug off. I don't even think I need to.
Yeah, he hovers, so I don't think I can knock him from.
Yeah, so he's he's immune to it. So you watch as Gar Shadow does leap up and does get at with the claw, but almost slip off this thing and fall to the ground. But the claw not as effective as you were hoping.
That is his turn, by the way.
Liam Martin.
Well, seeing it's on Mars, move 5, 10, and I'll cast Ray of Frost on it.
Okay. Go ahead and cast Ray of Frost. Disadvantage. And technically it's still invisible, but I'm just giving you guys options to try to find this thing.
Well, hopefully this will help us some. I hope. Nope.
And 8 misses again as you shoot out. Let me double check something here. Okay, we'll say that you miss the magic circle and hit the column.
Damn it. I'll probably just make a quick shout. Air elementals. Wily ones, keep track!
Falk's up. Leomar, give me an Arcana check. Go ahead, Falk.
Arcana.
He's gonna stay with Thalion.
Okay. Round 4, Rudy.
Is this debris here there?
Yes, all of this debris seems to be old, rotted, moldy, and dry wood. It used to be chairs and tables that have just been kind of thrown off to the side.
Let's see, how's everybody doing? Rudy is going to cast Healing Word on Dromond.
Okay. Drummond, you get 5 points of healing.
And how did these doors open?
They swing in. So you would pull them towards you.
Could I shove my scimitar between the two handles so that they can't be open?
Yes. I will say yes. So you make an impromptu lock.
I'll call out to the party. I go, area secure for now.
Zirak.
Okay, I will take the disengage action and move carefully away from the space that I think the creature is.
Okay.
End my turn. As I'm backing away, I do kind of want to keep my eye on the ground, but I'm not going to use my whole action to try and find.
Okay. Leomorn and Valeria. 2 punches each. 1 punch each. Leomorn, you are the first. 25. You get cold cocked for a solid 8. And Valeria, you look over as Leomorn's head snaps back into the column. Just as you're about to sort of call out, boom, a punch to your open mouth. Sort of causes you to bite your lip and your tongue. 13, never mind. You get your shield up. You were ready for this.
Over here! Somewhere.
Okay. That's the end of his turn. Moonlight.
I will have Moonlight fly around and scratch at the area that Valeria just called out, where she was hit from.
Okay, Moonlight begins to fly around, and you're seeing his talons shoot out in the general direction, and he's not picking any.
Alright, then he will end his movement over by Zera.
Drummond.
So, did I get any idea of where it might have attacked from?
Give me a perception check. You saw Leomorn's head fly back this way. Whoops. Fly backwards in this direction and kind of rebound off of the force field. And Valeria, fended off an attack from here. And you saw when Zirak sort of called out. You know what? Fuck it. And I'll say that you see 2 arrows floating in midair, flying towards Falk.
So I see Droman take aim at me.
And you see 2 arrows already flying in the air towards you, moving very.
Oh my god.
Because I totally forgot about the arrows. So.
Alright, let's shoot the arrows. I was contemplating just jumping on its back, but I got weak arms.
Okay, go ahead and shoot the arrow. This will be a disadvantage. A 9 shoots over Falk. You duck, and you hear it sort of hit against a stone and kind of break and crack with the force of it.
I'll call it. It's coming for ya!
Valiant.
I will. Well, I'm trying to remember the range of. Yeah, it should still be. So I am going to shoot where I saw Joman fire. I faintly see the 2 floating arrows.
You can see 2 floating arrows around this general vicinity.
Is it around this vicinity?
Those are hard to see from that distance.
Valiant's got them elven eyes. Go ahead and make your attack, Valiant. Disadvantage.
If he crit fails and hits me,
This one too flies through, coming this way. Falk, you duck out of the way again as it hits.
Son of a bitch! Stop shooting at me!
Everybody's shooting arrows. What's going on? Benedict Cardinal. Valiant is at the end of your.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Falk, it is your turn. You see 2 floating arrows right here.
I am going to disengage and run.
Boo. Valeria.
I'm gonna cast Protection from Good and Evil on Leomorn.
Okay.
I remove the holy water from there.
Okay.
Mark, did the gators snap at me?
Oh, they're up against. They are hideous creatures, like absolutely hideous. Let me see if I can find a full picture.
I know what they look like. I'm like, yeah, I'm from Florida. I know. Alright.
So that's the full-size image of the gator creature.
Oh, he
Okay.
looks lovely.
Are you going to stay there, Valeria?
Yeah. I think being with other people near me is a good idea. Strength in numbers.
You see 2 floating arrows, not moving, over in this general area.
Okay, over in that general area.
That Falk was going to finish this guy out.
So that's over there. Let's see. 15. She's gonna move over there. Yeah. She's gonna cast Vicious Mockery because she's like, well, I see it there, but that's
What's
about
the
it.
distance on Vicious Mockery? Is that
30 feet.
or-
I think. I don't know if she's close enough.
I think he's 40 feet away from you.
Oh, is he? I'm thinking. Okay, it's 15.
I think you might want to post Vicious Mockery. I thought it was 60 feet.
Let's see. So that makes him. Let's see, 30.
Vicious Mockery is 60 feet. So you can cast it from back there.
Okay, well, then, yeah. Okay, she's gonna cast it from over there.
Okay, he's going to attempt a wisdom saving throw. Somehow this creature is somewhat wise. So we'll see what happens.
What is this?
15.
This thing is a.
Natural
Yeah,
13 plus 2. Again, you don't know if it's the language barrier, but he's just not getting what you're trying to put down. Are you going to do anything with your bonus action?
I think. Dang it! I don't know if he's too far away. Oh no, he's close enough. I'm gonna give Falk a Bardic Inspiration because he seems like he might be needing it soon.
Okay. Garshadow.
Garshadow's going for those floating arrows and is gonna try to pounce.
Okay.
You said me, right, Valeria? I mean, at least.
Yeah,
Was that the spot
seems
that
like he
the
might be
floating arrows
needing
were?
it.
Go ahead and pounce at disadvantage. An 8 misses. You watch as Garshadow leaps, and almost as if he was almost being upended, something pushing his legs up, and he lands with feline grace, sort of riding himself in midair.
And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Landmarn. See, I was waiting for one of you smart guys with pen and paper to throw ink or something on this thing when it was sort of, but.
Sadly, I don't have anything like that.
Mark, most of my gear like that is on my horse, which we don't carry into a dungeon. So, with a 7 strength, I really don't carry much on my person. So I can't.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure most of our stuff was left outside.
Yeah, the retainers have that stuff.
I have
Obviously,
my bar with me, but I didn't think of that.
if somebody's stronger, they could carry a adventurer's backpack or something, but not Zerak. Zerak doesn't carry that. I do have an ink vial, though, in my scroll case. But I didn't think of throwing ink on it. What would I write my spells down with, Mark? No way am I wasting my ink.
Well, I mean, you are in a place that does a lot of research, so maybe ink isn't in that.
That's
have
true,
a lot
I
of
could
ink.
probably find it.
Lamor, what you got, buddy?
I'm probably gonna swing for the fences here. Going to run 5. So I'm probably gonna run right there, and going to cast bolt at those floating arrows.
Okay, go ahead and give me a chaos bolt at disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh, a 13 Lamorn hits.
Yes.
And you watch the magic of your chaos bolt explode right here.
Sweet.
Okay, do you want it to be force or lightning?
Gonna make it force.
Okay, so 13 points of force. It is not looking too good after that. So pretty much what I did with the arrows is the attacks are still a disadvantage, but the arrows are lowering the AC to hit. So that's how I'm kind of playing this. Are you going to stay there, Leomore?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure everyone's still standing.
Falk Zombie is waiting for Thalion to move.
Yeah, he's out. I was gonna give him another command, but he's out of range, so he's has to
He's
stay.
just looking at Thalion with these dead puppy dog eyes.
And he's drooling.
It's kind of upsetting, Thalion. It's kind of upsetting. Top of round 5, Rudy.
Rudy's going to go. And then she is it over here somewhere?
You watched. We'll say that you ran up just as the force damage sort of exploded in like a mini EMP sort of way, and kind of like in a ball of rushing energy, poof, detonated. Its epicenter here.
Well, I'm going to use my True Strike.
Okay. I got you.
That's not Rudy. That's real.
I know. I just every time you say that, I always think of Brill. Okay, True Strike, and you're casting it there at that area, Zirak. Did you want to do anything with your bonus action, Rudy? Sorry.
I think we're good.
Okay, Zirak.
I'm going to firebolt at the space in front of Garshadow where we just saw it get hit.
Go for it.
Disadvantage, right?
Disadvantage. The AC is lowered by 2 due to the 2 arrows. Oh, an 11 just misses. The AC number for this thing now is 12.
Alright, so seeing that, I will go ahead and move behind Thal.
Okay. Seeing the cat as a nuisance, it's going to punch the cat once. 21. 14 bludgeoning. Falk, you're sort of back behind. You sort of turn to the right, and as soon as you turn, your face just gets slammed. Or will it? Yes, it does. Sort of gets slammed, and your head sort of snaps back, rebounds off of the magical ward as you sort of crumple to the ground, semi-unconscious, bleeding out, dizzy, concussed. You probably have CTE now. 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm down.
Moonlight.
So I would like to use Moonlight's action to search the ground for evidence of its swirling debris. That's 50 feet of movement, so I still have 10 feet of movement left to kind of wander around that area
Okay.
where it hit Falk, looking for any evidence of where it is, and I'll use my action to make a perception check.
Give me a perception check with advantage using your sight. Okay. So there's nothing immediate that you can see with debris being blown away and pushed aside by the air. However, Moonlight does see that both of these crocodilian creatures inside both rush over, and they're now beginning to scrape and sort of bite at the in the general vicinity of where Falk has fallen, and he can see where Falk's robe is sort of being pulled into the air as if somebody has a hold of it.
Okay. Moonlight will whisper Falk trouble again to Zerak's mind.
Drummond.
All right. I guess we're gonna just try some. Cunning action dash. I need to get over. Now you said I could see where it's kind of got Falk's robes.
You can see where it has Falk's robes, and as you round the column, you see the 2 arrows floating in the air here.
So what I'd like to try, I want to take out that spider silk rope that sticks to anything, cut a little piece off of it, and stick it to him. Just the whole rope, so I can like Jaws, just he's pulling the boat.
So remember, on that rope, if you cut the end off, the end that gets cut off is no longer sticky. And that's how you cut off the portions that have been tied onto something and get the rope back. So you'll have to...
I thought it was the other way, where when you cut a little bit off, it becomes sticky for 10 minutes and then it falls.
No. When you cut off, that's how you release it, and the end that's been cut is no longer sticky.
Okay, then I just want to pull out the rope and stick the end to him.
Okay, are you going to rush forward? Or are you going to try to lasso the object? You rush forward and you hit it. You run into it. It is an invisible wall of force in front of you.
Okay, stuck. I've got the other end, so he can pull me along if he wants.
Okay.
I'll be a big target. I'm assuming that probably took an action or something like.
I'll say it took your action to get the rope out, grab the end, and then stick the spider silk rope on it.
Okay, then that'll be all my movement. That's all my stuff. So that's my.
Drummond.
You mean Thalion?
Yes, Thalion. Son of a bitch. Yes, Thalion.
So I'm going to bend down to grab the halberd, and I'm going to double move in that direction since it turned the corner.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
The zombie chases after you, by the way.
Falk, that's saving throw.
All the while I'm saying, stop staring at me, stop following me.
Okay, that's one failure for Falk. Valeria.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. This corner. Stop dying, Falk! And then, well, I guess I could, yeah, I'm gonna use my last.
Okay. Go ahead and cast it. Elise. Never mind. God, she has an action. I keep forgetting this. Sorry. It's a really good healing word. That's 10 total points to you, Falk. What would you like to do for your action, Valeria?
Can I get in this corner? Nope, I can't still. I still can't.
You'll have to squeeze to pass through, but you can stand there.
Can I see the little sticky thing from here, or is that too hard to see?
You can see the sticky thing and the 2 arrows.
Okay, then I'm gonna try the Sacred Flame as this action. Dexterity saving throw.
This guy is pretty dexterous.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers. 23.
Okay. That's all I can do.
But you watched as the rope jerks and tightens up a little bit as Droman's holding on to it as you shoot fire in that area and it tries to dodge it.
Garshell's gonna try and pounce on it.
Okay. Make your attack. $25 will hit. 16, so no, I cannot be knocked prone. Sorry. It'll take 4 points of that.
So I'm gonna guess Elise's turn will skip, right?
Nope, you're up. Yes, you are, because I did the idiot thing. Elise, you're up. All the action seems to be happening over in this far corner.
Yep, that's where she was gonna head towards. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, frick. She's gonna have to double move to be able to see this thing. So 35, 40, 45. Okay, so this thing is holding Falk next to
Okay, so
Drummond,
that's a
and
double
he's stuck
move
to
to get there,
Drummond.
or was that 30
Yeah.
feet?
Yeah, that was a double
So
move.
you, okay, so you have bonus action.
Yeah, she can't do anything really.
Okay, Landmorn.
Okay. Oh dear. Gonna take a quick eye at the zombie. Just 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to take a Ray of Frost pot shot at it.
Okay. Disadvantage. AC's 12. 18 will hit.
Really?
We'll say with a puff of almost like snow globish explosion, the frozen particles of this creature explode outwards as the 7 was the magic number.
Yes.
Drummond, your rope is now stuck to what seems to be a frozen block chunk of flesh before it eventually starts to melt and kind of dissipate as the invisible stalker that was set in this room dies. We are out of initiative. You guys are left standing inside this room with naught but silence and the sounds of your own breathing until, from the outer edges of your ear, you begin to hear the roars, screeches, and yells of the demons. And that is where we're going to end tonight because we definitely ran over. Thanks for toughing that out, Chris. Next session will be next Tuesday.
Tomb of Annihilations this Friday. Prepare to continue, hopefully survive. Who knows what's going to happen? So,
And yeah, thank you guys for putting up with my ridiculous encounters. But things were going to be a little bit harder the second time in.
Yep.
And I think I drained almost all your resources, which is going to be pretty fun.
Nope, I'm good. I have three first level spells and one third level spell.
Valeria, I was thinking about putting 2 of these things in there, But as I was playing this through in my mind, I realized that 2 of these things would have been nearly impossible, even though you guys did beat 2 of these in Curse of Strahd. However, Kieran had the Magic Fairy Fire spell that was able to illuminate both when they both failed their dexterity saving throws.
Yep, I was gonna say we had a bard of lore there, so.
And the fun thing was, it was going to punch Drummond if nobody hit it, and then the punch of Drummond would have probably caused it to explode again.
And it would have killed the Drummond.
The Shield of Radiance. But yeah, thank you guys very much. I'll see everybody next Tuesday, some of you guys this weekend. And yeah, we'll pick up in this very terrible place you guys have found yourselves.
All right, good night.
Everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Come on.
Nice.
Night.